And then single one, and there's a green version.
괜찮으세요? 발음해야 되는데 어제도 너무
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I hope you all had a pleasant evening and looking forward to a wonderful day. It's my distinct pleasure to welcome Senator Ben Ray Lujan, who has represented New Mexico in the United States Senate since January 2021. He previously served as U.S. Representative for New Mexico's 3rd Congressional District and House Assistant Speaker in the 116th Congress. Senator Lujan sits on the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation, the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions, the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry, and the Committee on Indian Affairs, and the Committee on the Budget. Since being elected to Congress in 2008, Senator Lujan has championed efforts to create good-paying jobs in New Mexico, expand quality health care, and protect patients with pre-existing conditions, preserve our natural resources and sacred sites, build a clean energy economy, and uplift America's middle class. Senator Lujan grew up in Nambe, a small farming community north of Santa Fe, New Mexico. It was there that he learned New Mexican values, including hard work, dedication, and perseverance from his family and his community. Please join me in welcoming the great senator from New Mexico.
Well, good morning, all. It's an honor to be with you. First and foremost, thank you to each and every one of you for your commitment, for the work that you do at home, but for the leadership that you bring around the globe. It's truly an honor to not just get a chance to visit with you, but to continue to learn from the work that you are doing. And I'm hopeful to create more partnerships of what we can accomplish together in the face of all the challenges in other parts of the world as well. So thank you very much for what you do and for being here as well. To the House Democracy Partnership, I want to say thank you for continuing to host gatherings and conversations and encouraging leaders to come together to solve big problems. Thank you very much. As was shared, I'm a proud member of the United States Senate. I was born and raised in a small rural community, farming community in New Mexico. I do my due diligence to bring that perspective of challenges that families face in more rural parts of the United States, and raising up challenges that indigenous communities continue to face. I'm very fortunate that where I live, there are several indigenous communities with Native Americans that I'm proud to be neighbors with. And during my time with travels to visit with other global leaders, I've done my due diligence to raise the issue of unfair treatment of indigenous people, and also raise the importance of advocating for women's rights and the challenges that will begin to repair themselves, and I believe more rapidly, if only women are given more opportunities to access to capital, to investment, to educational opportunities, to recognizing that the way that people are treated, including in America, needs to dramatically improve. I was raised by a family where it was not just the right thing to do, but expected to say thank you, please, to hold the door for others, even strangers. And the more that we can do that across the world, I think we'll be better off. So thank you for letting me visit with you, and especially joining you on this legislative track. Now, I know how busy it can be being a member of the legislative branch of government, as a representative, serving in the Congress in America, in Parliament, in whatever capacity it may be. Not only do you have those responsibilities, you have responsibilities with your families, in your communities, with other businesses as well. And that's another reason to say thank you for making time to be here as part of this larger conversation. Now, long before any of us were even elected to the positions we hold today, our world's democratic institutions have been tried and tested many times. And I know there are many students of history in this room, some of you that have even authored your perspectives on challenges that we must be more aware of in order to come together and join forces to act together. But we are now in the midst of confronting democracy's newest threats in the modern world, an area that I've committed a great deal of my time and attention has been in the area of disinformation, misinformation, and hardening extremism, especially as we experience those on social media platforms. One of the most pressing challenges is the impact of technology. And I'm very honored to hold the gavel to chair a subcommittee within the Commerce Committee that has jurisdiction and oversees communications, media, broadband deployment of connectivity in the United States as well, but center in that space from a media perspective with the exchange of information. The pace of technological development in communications, as we know, is accelerating everywhere. Even where it's its strongest, it's still accelerating. Communications technology has brought us closer together than ever before, connecting us across borders, across oceans, and ensuring that we can communicate with one another and stay in touch and understand what's happening in our backyards, in our neighborhoods. But it's also become a great tool for those that don't have good intentions, as we know. Later today, you will have panels and a fireside chat on technology, citizen engagement, and the importance of inclusivity, democracy, and what's happening in this space that we may not be aware of in our daily responsibilities. Now, as legislators, we have the power and duty to make sure that technology is being used to empower citizens and democracy rather than harm one another and undermine our institutions. Over the past decade, we've seen bad actors use technology designed to connect us as a weapon to sow distrust and division. Disinformation takes advantage of algorithms that big tech designs to engage users. These systems benefit from fanning the flames of anger and distrust in our community. In the early days of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Russia launched a deliberate effort to spread disinformation across the United States to erode support for Ukraine. Now, Russia's efforts were ruthless, targeting languages where their lies could spread more effectively. In the days following the invasion, the Kremlin controlled some of the top Spanish language websites shared on Twitter, and Russia used these assets to spread disinformation. In August, the New York Times reported the Russian propaganda and disinformation continued spreading on Spanish language websites to communities across Latin America and in Arabic across the Middle East. These threats not only undermine democracy, but also endanger citizens. For me in New Mexico, we had, unfortunately and sadly, election deniers who threatened our elections officials, our Secretary of State, who is the highest ranking elections official in the state of New Mexico. In January, an unsuccessful candidate for office who is currently charged allegedly hired people, and he and the people allegedly targeted 4 elected officials and shot up their homes. There has to be a better way of having conversations, respectful disagreements, but understanding where this hardening is taking place. And that's a place where we can all work together to move the needle, to encourage and demand conversations that are not going to cause harm. Some call me idealistic. If I could do it in my family where there was always a disagreement, and we would start as a family, we'd have an important conversation, and there may be some ill feelings in between, but when we ended that conversation, we were a loving family. And I see some heads nodding yes in the group. I think that we share those experiences with one another. And I know from a policy perspective, the more that I embrace that, the better the outcome of whatever it is that I may be working on. Now, online platforms foster an environment where, as the old saying goes, we know how quickly a lie can spread because of connectivity. It's also one of the benefits where good information can also travel quickly, or someone in need somewhere in the world can share something with us that we can all react to and ensure that more light is being shined upon whatever ill may be taking place, or to celebrate the good that is also being spread with us as well. But what concerns me is when misinformation, an outright lie, can catch fire, how quickly that spreads, and algorithms that are designed to amplify that. That's my concern, because when an algorithm is designed to amplify that kind of information, that's behind a profit, a path to make more money if only you can spread more disinformation or more lies. I'm not suggesting that these entities should not do well for themselves or create wealth, but don't do it off of an algorithm that is charged with getting more people's eyes on something that you know to be a lie, that you know to be untrue. Some of this is front and center across the United States now. There's currently cases before regulatory bodies looking at some media entities in America. But because the way that the rules were written in the United States, a lot of these social media entities don't abide by those same rules as other communication companies. And I believe that to be the case in most parts of the world. Now, in 2021, I worked on a piece of legislation called the Protecting Americans from Dangerous Algorithms Act, which removed liability protections from technology companies whose algorithms recommended content that interfered with Americans' civil rights or that were related to international terrorism. By exposing an area where folks were able to hide behind in order to share this information, I believe that will help correct behavior. The challenge now is working with colleagues to encourage more support and getting this to the President of the United States for signature so it can become law. To ensure that citizens of all backgrounds and language fluencies can fully participate in society through the use of technology, I will also soon be introducing legislation to increase accountability and transparency for online platforms that don't invest equitably in non-English language. And the reason that that has caught my attention is in the United States, what I have seen with most platforms is that there may be rules or practices within a company that devote more resources to English language exchanges, but when it's non-English, the protections are almost non-existent. And I'd encourage all of us to dig in deeper there, because when we can hold companies accountable to ensure that in non-English languages that they are also monitoring in the same fashion they do in English, we can move the needle. We can steer this ship into a new direction in a way that it will be safer and better, and I would argue even more profitable for the entities that have established these social media platforms. Look, we know the dangers of disinformation and how they're accelerating. There's another area that some of you may be working on that has got my attention, which was reported by the Washington Post recently, and it reported that scammers are using artificial intelligence to fake the voices of loved ones, pretending to be in distress. And through the use of artificial intelligence, some bad people have decided that they can do something here. All they need is 30 seconds or less of someone's voice, and then they can transform that into someone calling a loved one saying that they've been kidnapped or taken or that they need help, or something that is even more extreme than that. Last month, the Wall Street Journal and Washington Post discussed the dangers of false images and videos generated by artificial intelligence to only complement what the scammers have done with voice. I support the development of artificial intelligence. And just like most things in the world, if there's someone with bad intentions, they will look to good technology and try to harness that to do bad. We have to be attentive to that so that we can create rules, policy, or even our own advocacy with those that we have the honor of speaking with on a daily basis to change how this technology is being used, but to go after the bad actors as well. Now, technology is a powerful tool to engage. The people everywhere are ensured the powerful tool of being empowered. And we have a responsibility to ensure that the bad actors are not getting in the way of that good. Inclusivity is essential to a strong democratic foundation. And through the next days of your conversations, as you dig in deeper to this policy, as you have conversations about the power of inclusivity, of having conversations with those that you serve with that may have a different approach. For me, being a Democrat from a political party, I find myself having many conversations with my colleagues from across the aisle as Republicans to find solutions. And there's a willingness on both sides. Again, if there's a way to resolve issues, I certainly hope that that's something that we can further embrace. The power of inclusivity, of having agreeable disagreements, of encouraging more conversations where someone may share the same goal as us, but may have a different approach to get there. Let's explore those and see how we can identify these solutions. So, in the end, that's a long way of saying I encourage you all to do well, to solve problems, and to teach those of us that are willing to be taught on how we can do this together. Again, I commend each and every one of you for being here, for the conversations you're having, not just at home, but everywhere you may travel, with friends and lasting friendships that have been established with conversations like this as well. I certainly hope that we can make more progress, that we can continue to defend democracy, to empower people, to protect people against ill treatment, against their rights being torn apart. In the end, the way that I was raised, that's what this is about. I'm here as a member of the United States Senate to do my best to make things better for people. Some that I know, some that I might never meet. If we do that, we'll do something my grandparents taught me, and we'll leave things better than we found them. Thank you so much for having me. The best of luck to each and every one of you. It's an honor to visit with you today. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Best of luck. Thank you. Great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your time. I'd now like to invite the panelists and our esteemed moderator for the next session, please, up to the stage. If you know who you are, I hope. Let me save this for Ambassador. One thing I didn't mention. Yes. Up a couple of times, yeah. Okay. So allow me to introduce Ambassador Stuart Holliday. He is the CEO of the Meridian International Center, a leading nonpartisan institution that seeks to advance global security and prosperity through effective leadership and diplomacy. Ambassador Holliday served as United States Ambassador for Special Political Affairs at the United Nations, where he was primarily responsible for representing the United States on issues in the UN Security Council. Mr. Ambassador Holliday served on active and reserve duty as an officer in the United States Navy and was called to active duty during the Iraq War. Ambassador Holliday is a life member of the Council on Foreign Relations, a co-founder of No Labels, which promotes bipartisan solutions to American challenges, and is now serving on the No Labels Advisory Board, which I believe is very relevant to the panel he is moderating now. Ambassador, over to you. Thank you again.
Well, thank you, Derek, and congratulations on a program that I think is so important and meaningful right now, and we would like to welcome all of you. My name is Stuart, and I think all of you know Juan Carlos, Robert, Alexandra, and Ivana. already, so I won't go through long introductions because you're all very familiar with them. But we have members of Parliament or representatives of the chambers of Ukraine, Colombia, Kenya, and Poland. And I wanted to just open up a little bit with some personal perspective on this subject, which really deals with a very difficult subject, really, cooperation across party lines and how to get things done for your constituents. I'm CEO of an organization called Meridian International Center in Washington, which seeks to bring different parties together from the government, the private sector, the diplomatic community that may have disagreements, to create a safe space for them to debate and discuss in a civil atmosphere. But before that, I had my first start in politics working for a Democratic senator, a man named Henry M. Jackson from Washington State, who was more of a centrist Democrat. And then I ended up working for both Presidents Bush, H.W. Bush and George W. Bush. And that experience of working on, even though the ideological difference wasn't that great, but of working for two different people, in those days I saw a lot of examples of cooperation across party lines. In fact, my Democratic boss, Senator Jackson, was so conservative that President Reagan asked him to be a Secretary of Defense. And my second boss, President Bush, reached out to add members of the opposite party to his cabinet. And when he left office to hand over the White House to President Obama, he wanted to make sure there was a smooth transfer of power, and he asked us on his team to do everything we could to make sure the incoming president had the tools needed to be effective in their jobs. And I think I have to say, as an American, I have been somewhat chagrined at the lack of bipartisan cooperation, and particularly what I would call the peaceful transfer of power, which is so important in all of our democracies. So with that, I would like to start with just a general question for all of you. And Robert, I'll start with you and then we'll go down. And by the way, on Ukraine, our hearts and thoughts are with all the people who are in harm's way, and we must stand with our friends in Ukraine. I wanted to say that at the outset. But Robert, just to kick off, and then for all of you, I was wondering if you could frame the issue in your particular parliament of whether A, there is bipartisan cooperation or multi-partisan cooperation, and what a couple of those issues are, and perhaps what are the key barriers. You know, in America they talk about obviously the party system being very important, the media contributing to a divide and room for maneuver for politicians to make compromises. The fact that our members of Congress, even great ones like Senator Lujan, go home to their districts and don't get to know each other as well. But I was wondering, so on the positive side, or framing, how do you all look at the issue of reaching across the aisle to get things done? What are some of those issues? And then what do you see as the principal barriers? That should really be three separate questions, but I'm going to just open it up. Robert, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador. First and foremost, let me say I'm very happy to be here. I'm a member of Parliament from the National Assembly of Kenya, serving my third term, and currently serving as a deputy leader of the minority party. In Kenya, we changed our constitution in 2010 and adopted, a constitution similar to the American. So we have the majority in the House and the minority, just like you do here. But previously, before 2010, we had a parliamentary system, which is basically the government and the opposition. Now, our constitution allows coalition parties. So working across political parties is very easy, because in the run-up to every election, parties come together so that they can, form form government together. So it's very easy to work across political party lines. But where the problem is when it comes to after the election, because you see, going into the election, 2, 3, 4 parties will form a coalition and go against another coalition of other parties. Now,
So how many parties, just so we understand the landscape, how many parties in Kenya?
In Kenya, we
in
have,
the parliament?
we have very many parties, but parliamentary parties now are 4.
4, okay.
4 parliamentary parties. But there are also smaller parties that will be part of the coalition going into the election. Now, what happens is that immediately after the elections, the party that wins political power becomes, ordinarily, it doesn't always mean that the party that gets power is a majority party. But one of the challenges we get is immediately after the election, the party that wins power wants to be the majority party so that they can be able to move the agenda on the floor of the House. So immediately after elections, you will see a lot of members that were elected in a coalition other than the ruling party coalition that will defect
Yes.
and start working, very closely with the ruling party. So that's one of the challenges.
Right.
The other challenge we have is, I listen to a lot of my colleagues here from when we came, and our problems are similar. All of us basically are dealing with the same issues from back home: poverty, unemployment, issues to do with rights of our people, and all of us are basically similar. And the difference could be in how we manage our legislative work. But even then, our legislative centers also do the same job. We all basically make laws. We represent our people, and by extension, we try also to oversight our governments. Now, the problem we are facing back home is that those that win political power and are in parliament but are from the party that is also the party of the president would continuously ensure that they hold brief for the executive on the floor of the House. So it becomes very difficult sometimes, because you see the governments could sometimes do things that are beneficial to the state but not necessarily to the voters.
I see.
So many times, things like tax laws, we've gone into fist fights in Kenya severally when we are trying to ensure that we say no to this, excessive taxation. But members that will be on the side of the ruling party believe it is their role to support any agenda of the government.
Sure.
And again, Ambassador, even those of us that will be, the minority, which would be the opposition, we also have a tendency of ensuring that we reject anything that comes from the government.
Sure.
So there is a constant conflict. All the time there's always a fight because
Sounds very familiar.
everybody wants to, dig in and fight for their
Yeah.
space. So
Yeah.
it's become very, very, very combative. But at the end of the day, I want to say that in Kenya, on several occasions, we have actually succeeded to bridge that gap. I'll mention like a year or so ago, we had, there's this law that we pass every year that is called the Allocation of Revenue Bill. Now, the Allocation of Revenue Bill every year shares money amongst the counties for development agenda in the counties, just like you have the states in the US. And so the Senate is meant to discuss that. National Assembly and Senate are supposed to discuss that and agree on a formula that will be used to share money. Now, about 2 years ago, the Senate completely disagreed with the executive and stood firm to ensure that we will come up with a formula that would enable the country to share money based on geographical size of the county, the population of the county, the poverty index. So we actually did agree as an assembly.
It's interesting you mentioned that, because we used to have this mechanism in our Congress called earmarks. And earmarks were benefits that would go directly to particular districts.
Yes.
And because everybody wanted them, they were willing to trade and agree so that they would get something. And it ended up working out pretty well, but it was also targeted as sort of wasteful spending, because there weren't checks and balances. Anyway, Alexandra, I wanted to give you an opportunity, and we'll come back, Robert, to you to talk a little bit about this subject.
Thank you. So I will always also start with telling you that I'm delighted that I can sit between such people and have this conversation. This is the second summit and the legislative track event I've been invited to, and I want to congratulate all the people that are responsible for the organization. Like, thank you so much for what you're doing here. We really appreciate your efforts. I'm an MP from Poland. I'm representing liberal opposition camp in Polish Sejm. This is the lower house of parliament. And, I heard what you said, and it's different country, same stories.
Yeah.
I'm a political politician from the opposition. So my point of view is as different to the ruling parties, but during the last 8 years in Poland, we really experienced significant challenges to its democratic institutions in the areas of media freedom and judicial independence. And as you all know, those are the democratic foundations, not only in our country. So we are dealing with a lot of threats, and it's our everyday job to represent people who want to live in a country that is ruled by people who believe in democracy and the rule of law. And it's sad for me, and we get very frustrated, but we have witnessed successful examples of cross-party cooperation during this period, which helped us to protect democracy. And then when I was thinking about what I would like to share, which stories I'd like to share, I thought I'll share the successes we had. So one of the most significant challenges we faced during the period of government efforts to restrict media freedom was when the opposition parties from across the political spectrum they all came together, and they organized protests, public hearings, and meeting with the citizens. And this is my first cadency in Sejm, but the previous term, the authorities even wanted to evict the journalists out of the building of the Sejm. And I don't have to tell you here how crucial it is to have people watching the politicians, how they work, what they do. The transparency is so important to us. So this situation led the deputies to protest in the deputy hall. And they spent, I don't remember how many days, but they were sleeping there, and they were protesting there. And as a result of this action, the rulers withdrew from this decision, and it was a success of the opposition. So it was cross-party. It was the opposition action, and it was so successful, but we are still dealing with such situations in Poland. Today, before I came here, I went through the news, and they wanted to push the act through, saying that they're going to have to program your pilot to the TV, and you're going to have on the first program the national TV, then the national TV history, national TV something, and this is something that is controlled by the ruling party. This is not public media. This is party media. They want us to have on the first, second, and third program, so people don't have the choice what they are choosing. And the second thing I wanted to tell you was the judiciary reforms that we were dealing in Poland, and the reforms would have weakened the independence of the judiciary, and it was a real threat, still is, to the rule of law in Poland. We still have blocked the funds from European Union because there are still the changes we have to do in the system. And again, the representatives of Democratic Opposition Party together with legal associations, and we call it the street opposition, joined draft law restoring the rule of law system. So now we have elections this autumn. So now when we win the election, we have this document as a joint, precise plan, what we're going to do, what we're going to have to reform, to change in the system. And this is a concrete plan. And recently, because the next speaker is my neighbor from Ukraine, and we were all working together to support Ukraine in face of the Russian aggression. And this is the excellent example, like perfect example, to show how the cross-party cooperation can have a positive impact on democracy. So I know we'll be able to come back to it, but I wanted to admit and share the story of how Poland and Ukrainians are working together, how how beautiful the solidarity is there, how we opened our hearts, how we opened our houses, and here, it doesn't matter which party you are from. It doesn't matter if you're from ruling party or the opposition. We share the same thoughts, we share the same story, and there's the solidarity, and we understand that people of Ukraine, they don't fight only for their country. They fight for our freedom, for the values, and we are supporting them in this fight. So, you know, as a opposition, as a politician from the opposition, same story. When it comes to the law that comes from the ruling party, we always look like this. There has to be something. There has to be something, because
It's a trick.
Yeah,
It's a trick.
that's what they
Right.
do. That's what they do with
Well, Alexander, I wanted to take the opportunity with your
Yeah.
kind words on Ukraine, maybe to ask Ivana just...
Surely.
And this relates to something you said, which is you said your political parties kind of came together around this support for Ukraine, and there's an old saying, especially in the United States, that political cooperation only happens in a crisis. And I think, you know, Ivana, kind of a question to reverse that would be, how, in a crisis, how can you also preserve that ability to get different perspectives on how you spend resources, how you strategize about national security issues, all of those things. So I'm going to turn it over to you now for a little bit.
Thank you, Ambassador. That's a very smart way of putting it and asking me a question. Well, I also would like to join everybody in thanking the organizers for bringing all of us here, and I also want to start from thanking all of your people, government, your own engagement in being on the right side of history, being on the side of good as opposed to evil, by helping and standing with Ukraine. We feel this, and we, for the first time in our history, we feel that we are not alone. That means a lot for the Ukrainian people who have been trying to fight for their sovereignty, independence in different periods of our history over the last couple of centuries. So we are grateful, we appreciate that, but our fight is not over. That's where I wanted to start, unfortunately. With regard to cross-party cooperation, and well, definitely, you know, we can distinguish certain periods. After the escalation of the war that is ongoing already for 9 years, and I want to remind everybody, it's not the war that started a year ago, and this is important to understand. We missed a lot of important things during those previous 8 years before the war went into full-scale invasion altogether. As a Western community, as a global community, as a community of democratic nations, we missed the alarm bells that were important to be heard and reacted to, and we could have prevented this brutal and barbaric war that we are in at this particular point. But after the 24th of February, when the war went in full scale around the whole country, definitely that was a shock-driven cooperation in the parliament, especially when the Russian forces were standing right around Kyiv. Believe us, for any of us coming into the building of the parliament, I think it was pretty serious step, because we were a very convenient target for our enemy when we are gathering all together, like 400 of us, and we were happy. We actually got to this first meetings with the constitutional majority of the parliament. That was unexpected for many, that we would not flee, that we would not try to, to seek some safe haven for ourselves and our families, but we were there to serve the country. And we were happy to see each other, across the board, all the opponents who you had the fierceful fighting with, but we were there to protect our people and to take the decisions that would actually have no one political group or political party saying anything opposed to. So that was a consensus-based voting. It was all discussed in the agreeing council from the leaders of the political groups and political parties, and some of the members, and some of the chairs of the committees. Actually, myself and Alexander's chairing the Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm chairing the Committee on Ukraine's integration into the EU. We were part of those conversations, so we could see it from within how that unity in the wake of existential threat, in the wake of the need to survive, to protect the country, was actually working with absolutely unique vibration, so to say. That does not last. Even in such a serious crisis as it is right now, in such a serious challenge, we are holding the unity of the needs of the country, because we are still there to protect our sovereignty. We're still there to protect our right to choose which path the country is going to have after, hopefully, our victory, with all of you backing us. And that is about additional weaponry that we need. That is about sanctions that Russia has to be pressed with. That is about the justice being served and the punishment and the responsibility that Russia will have to face, we hope, again, with all of our common efforts together. That is about additional humanitarian, financial backing of Ukraine that we are needing, and we are definitely speaking in one voice, but and also with regard to our European and Euro-Atlantic vocation. But definitely there are discussions coming back in terms of how do we approach this or how do we approach that. And in that domain, it's pretty difficult to have a decent discussion in accordance to the basic, let's say, rules of democratic engagement and discussion when there is a martial law.
Yeah.
That limits your outreach to people, that limits the engagement of stakeholders, that limits also the extent to which some of the information that you have you can share objectively, and that's also very important for the sake of security matters. And unfortunately also, the Parliament, because of the security matters, we are not announcing when we are in session in the plenary. We are not inviting any journalists in the plenary. Moreover, we are not putting it on air right from the Rada hall, from the Parliament hall. We are allowed to inform the society of what has happened an hour before we left, after we left the Parliament building, for obvious security reasons. Nevertheless, that leads to the situation when the constituents do not really know what exactly the Parliament is doing. And sometimes the constituents are misled because some of the decisions that were taken by the government are now being blamed on the Parliament. And the Parliament is not represented in the public space to the extent it should be. And that creates
That's
additional...
very interesting that the government, executive branch has the microphone.
Yes, very much so.
And the parliamentary group has to operate in a level of secrecy. You know, it'll be interesting, just to point, I think everyone hopes and believes at some point on our terms, you know, your terms, that there will be some sort of political negotiation. And I think dealing with the minority rights and rights of the representatives of the East will be critically important as to how you shape this new government that would allow the government of Ukraine to say, we're serving all of the people, no matter if they're West, East, North, South, we represent everybody and everyone's going to have an equal voice. It'll be interesting to see the important role that you all will play as a parliament in that. And I'm going to come back to you, but I wanted to give, so Juan Carlos, Colombia has been heralded as kind of a great success story in the last 2 decades of, you know, getting the country economically on its feet, obviously challenges from Venezuela. You have the FARC and the incorporation of this movement into the political mainstream. But you've had one party that's been in power for a long time, and now you have another perspective leading in the executive branch, which is probably a kind of a new dynamic. But I'd love to turn this topic over to you and to get your perspective on this across the aisle cooperation.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ambassador, and thank you to all of the organizers of this very important event, which is so important for all of us invited countries because it lets us know information. And like we heard before, we live in pretty similar situations, you know, plus minus certain details, but those of us who work in this constantly think that our democracies are imminently jeopardized and made vulnerable. I had the opportunity as part of my political career to work for an international organization that's called the Christian Democratic Organization in the Americas. 35 political parties that are part of that organization, including the IDC, which includes other political parties in Europe. But throughout that transformation, and to talk a little bit about the international aspect and then focus on Colombia, we saw that there was the willingness to have cooperation across political party lines in terms of ideologies in order to help with campaigning, with training, but there were also some experiences that were kind of frustrating because they render some of the cooperation activities useless in terms of, you know, cooperation across party lines. And let me mention 2 examples. One is the most evident one from our neighboring country, Venezuela. When President Chavez got to office, I was part of this organization, and we wanted from the outside to have a shock plan to try to show this not only to the Venezuelan people, but Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and other countries, what was happening, that this was an imminent threat. But those international voices sometimes are taken with distrust because they kind of meddle with the country's politics. And so at the end of the day, when they ended up with the greatest migration from Venezuela and currently the largest number of Venezuelan migrants coming into Colombia, and obviously a country whose democracy is in shatters. And my second example shows situations of cooperation like what the United States did. I remember a visit that we had to Cuba where we interviewed Osvaldo Paya, the creator of the Varela project, which was one of the landmark situations in which Cuba tried to get its democracy back. We were severely persecuted in the country because the fact of getting to his house itself was perceived by the government as pretty much a threat in itself. Of course, we left his house, they started following us, and by they I mean government people. Then we got to the hotel, and when we went back to the hotel where the Democratic Organization was based at, all of our luggage was torn apart, but we managed to pull out a video.
Was it the Hotel Nacional?
Yes, yes.
Or in that hotel as well, so congratulations.
So anyways, what I'm trying to show with this example is that sometimes the neighboring countries of some democracies are not paid attention to. We from Colombia saw the threat, but we were not part of the discussion. I'm sure we were sending tons of messages, but there was no cooperation across political lines. Today in Venezuela, countries such as COPE or Justice First, which are from the opposition, are completely destroyed. They played no role. They don't do anything. They can't do anything. And now, going back to Colombia now, today we have an issue and a threat that is very major, in my opinion. Since back in the 90s, we have always had two political parties. I'm proudly part of the conservative power, and it's been in existence for 174 years. I've been my entire life there. I believe that we belong to the oldest political parties in the history of the Americas, but that doesn't mean that we are a weak democracy. And here I'm joined by another colleague from the Green Party, which is a country that was born as a result of several expressions of disagreement by the Colombian party. We historically had two political parties, and after the constitutional reform in 1991, there was an explosion of parties. Up to 2003, we had 123 different political parties. So, finally, at the end of the day, if we believe that the source of democracy and the way of doing democracy is to have two political parties, how can we send the message to our Colombian people saying we are the most important opposition, but there's 123 of us fighting for one spot? So strengthening political parties is extremely important. In 2003, there was a change that, even though it was not the best, because of course there were some serious issues as well, it changed the electoral system in our country so that people would again go back to a lower number of political parties. And we called what was called preferential vote. Preferential vote, as you know, means that each person would vote for the politician of their choice, regardless of the ideology around that candidate. And that posed a serious issue.
We went from 126 to 8 parties in 2003, and today, unfortunately, we have 33. So we're going back to that again and growing. And this really causes a feeling of harming of democracy. We think that 33 political parties today, regardless of whether or not they're traditional parties, I think we could come together and form much fewer to send a positive message to our people. I think that in 33 political parties is an exaggerated number of positions. And today, if we want to strengthen our democracy again, then we need to start to talk about ideology again, not just having people vote for their friends. If we want to preserve democracy, then we need to preserve our institutions. And the most important institution in democracy is political parties. So just in conclusion, I think that today, given the positions that we have internally in our political parties, I think the trend has been very positive. We had a transition. As my colleague said yesterday, Kathy from the Green Party was saying that today we have a leftist government that had never existed in the history of Colombia. and that administration has wanted to make significant transformations, and we understand that this might be an essential moment for transformations, but the parties are there also as a retaining wall of sorts to ensure and keep the things that are good right now. Two things. Today, we just have one health reform that the national government wants to do, but we have things that are very important in our health system that we don't want to put an end to. And this government, this administration, would like to make the health system static, but we already have had a history of a health system where everything was provided by the state. And today, we are there as a retaining wall between political parties with different ideologies. We published a document, just to give you an example, of how we can work between parties and uphold democracy and uphold the system that we do have. We are retaining walls when it comes to the topics that bring us together, which really are social issues. And no one wants to fight, what political party wants to fight against poverty? No one doesn't want to improve health services. Everyone wants to improve labor issues, the pension system. We all do. So we do have points of agreement there.
Yes. So if I could just ask, I'm going to do a little focus group here. So how many of your countries are the president or the prime minister, or the head of the executive, the leader of the majority party? Okay, and how many of those countries that have a parliamentary system need a coalition for the head of state to be elected? Just one, okay. So, kind of. So it's interesting as an American looking for bipartisanship, the idea of not knowing whether one of your coalition partners may defect to the other side, because in some sense, that is maybe a form of forcing bipartisanship in a sense, because you have to have this kind of coalition. But in the absence of that, we have in the United States, because we can't agree on anything, something called a caucus. And the caucus is when members of the legislature come together around an issue from both parties that they agree on. It could be something fun, like, the ballet caucus. But it's also might be a caucus around healthcare or infrastructure. And I think cybersecurity, for example. How many of your countries use the caucus as a mechanism for having a working group that's not in front of the media, but that comes together to talk about a particular issue? Robert, you do?
Yes, we do.
And we'll go down the line.
Yeah, we do. We in fact, currently, we are coming up with a caucus across the political divide to bring together our leaders and discuss the current situation in the country. Kenya has some unique problem that maybe most people don't understand when you see Kenyans out in the streets. I just want to point out what has happened in the recent past. In 2013, our former president was elected. He served 5 years. His deputy is now the president. And in 2017, they were re-elected. Now, within that 5-year period, the leader, the president, crossed ranks with the leader of the opposition. And they basically worked together. There was a basic cooperation agreement for 5 years. And of course, when you're looking at the next election, the deputy president became disgruntled and was sidelined by the system, the administration he was working for. And in the last election in 2022, the deputy president vied for election, won, but he was actually basically the candidate for the opposition.
Yeah, this has happened at least in France, it's happened.
Okay.
They call it cohabitation, where you have the vice president being of one party and the president, and in Israel we've seen the challenges there. They have, the vice president, then they switch places.
Yes.
Democratically. in theory.
That's what happened in Kenya.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, what is happening is that the cross political divide conversation becomes very difficult, considering that the last 5 years the deputy president was sidelined. The opposition was working very closely with the government, and so in parliament both the majority and minority were working together very, very closely. So right now any attempt to get the opposition to work closely with the government side is frowned upon.
Yes.
Because they see that as a way by which we lose the next election.
This sounds very familiar.
Yeah.
Alexander.
So opposition in Poland is far away.
Is your mic on? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, there
I
it is.
hope it works. So the opposition in Poland is far away from the government, but I don't think we have that mechanism. Maybe if it comes to the security of the country, where all the representatives of different parties come together, but I don't think if I can come up with the idea when was the last time it happened, and if we have an act that we were working together on.
But obviously your committees in Parliament have representatives.
Yeah, but when the ruling party has the majority in the commission, they actually can push everything through through the act. So this is what we are dealing with.
Because they have both houses, right?
Yeah, they have. No, we now have the Senate, but then the act comes back to Sejm, and they have the majority.
So you have a mutual veto over each other.
Yeah. So the mechanism is that we vote in Sejm, then it goes to Senate. It comes with something that we wanted to change in it, and then we vote in Sejm, and they have the majority, and they have the president. He signs it, and that's how it's been working for 8 years already. And we are rather used to sit up on the commissions by night, and some very important acts can come in like 7 hours from 10 p.m. till 7 a.m. And you know.
Robert was just talking about the fact that there can't be agreement because of these potentially differences in who will be winning elections down the line. In your case, as a minority party, would you be willing to work constructively with your majority party on an issue, or do you also see it as a political chess match where you're trying to ultimately...
It would be very good to be able to work with them, but I just mentioned so many things and how many times they cross the line of, the values that are important for us, the threat to democracy that we notice and we call them, and that now this is just impossible to support the acts there again when they are working on, limited media freedom and stuff like this.
Yeah, fundamental things that you think are important.
And I think you mentioned that there are so many parties, and we need to work on strengthening the political parties. And I think we can all admit that we know where it comes from. It comes from the ambition of the leaders of the small parties. Some of them wants to be called the leaders. They have a need of it, and a lot of people wants to be the first of the list on the lists. And this is very, very hard, but this is the example I also wanted to share with you, and the difficulties we have now in Poland, because as I mentioned, we're going to have elections this autumn, and we can unite politically, but we can also unite electorally. And this is very difficult because this is technical, and this is practical, and it's very, it's not that easy when you have to sit and think, not to share the political views, the ideas, but to share who's gonna have which position on the electoral list and maybe lose some of your independence that you need in politics. But in our situation, this is something very important, because the polls shows us that only united opposition in Poland can win this election. So we have, and I represent the biggest party in the opposition, and we have a coalition. It's called the Civic Coalition. We have 4 parties in it, and we already made that decision. We shared the list. We shared responsibility, and we've done that. And of course, I agree with you that we have to strengthen it. But I think that the constituencies they don't want to hear our discussions. They want to see action.
It's interesting. I think we human beings better figure this out fast. Otherwise, they're going to ask the artificial intelligence to write the law. So, Ivana, you had a point?
Yeah, I wanted, it really resonated what Juan Carlos was saying about strengthening political parties. I think that we also have that problem back in Ukraine, that a lot of political parties are really leader-based political projects and less having to do with real political parties. And we've been investing into changing the electoral code that allowed to actually engage grassroots party members and kind of widen the base of political parties. But we are still at the beginning of this process. So for example, at this particular moment, you have to understand that we have the unique situation because we have a multi-party system, and we have to form a coalition once you come to the parliament in order to have the government. And the previous convocations, we had that, and that created additional checks and balances between the president, the government, and the parliament. But right now we have a unique situation because in this convocation we have a mono-majority party that is serving as we call them mono-majority, which is serving as a coalition. And when you have in a multi-party system, not a bipartisan system, but in multi-party system, suddenly the situation when someone has a vast majority, which is not necessarily was a political party, it didn't have any ideology, it was a brand that, it was a unique situation. I think the whole world has watched this situation back in 2019. Then it ends the absence of the political culture, of the political tradition, of engagement before, of the understanding that some procedures have to be in place in order to engage the minority or opposition parties. That creates additional temptations. And that, with your permission, that creates additional temptations which are very risky. And I think from what we've heard over here, and I had the privilege to serve in the government in the previous convocation, and I can look at from the majority position and from the opposition that I'm right now in, I really think it is about the responsibility of the majority that has to come with honesty to the dialogue and have to be ready for that dialogue.
And that takes overcoming, not settling past scores.
Exactly.
Everybody says, well, you did this to me, so I can do it to you. And it takes leadership to say, just because you did it to me doesn't make it right. Right?
And that's one thing, and one more thing that I wanted to add, you were asking about caucuses, and we call them interfaction groups. We have had really, really positive cases of uniting around the case beyond the security cases as we are uniting right now. For example, on gender equality, I'm really, really proud to say how much we have achieved over 3 convocations of the parliament with totally different political forces, but having the equal opportunity caucus in the parliament.
What percentage of your parliament are women?
Well, we went in these 3 convocations from I think 8% to 20% women. So I think that we are showing, serious progress in that.
Before I get to Juan Carlos, I just want Derek, I've failed in one of my key duties. I know we're running out of time. I was supposed to ask each of you a question, and I think this is such an important topic that I know Derek is going to try to figure out how we can keep this issue in the forefront going forward with the initiative. And I think we're wrapping, right? We have
I have no idea what.
10 minutes. Okay, Juan Carlos, and then I will open the floor for a very brief moment.
I'll try to be very quick and very brief, but I wanted to give examples of two things. First, I would like to reiterate the convergence that our political parties had around the reform that the national government wants to see happen in terms of healthcare. We recognize that regardless of our ideologies, we can find convergence around certain topics. Something odd that happened during the previous administration, we have a caucus law, but we also have the opposition statute to ensure opposition parties their own share of participation. So if the president speaks, however much time he spends speaking to the nation will be given to the other political parties so that they can express their point of view in an equal amount of time. And the second thing is that the law said that whoever came second after a presidential election would automatically become a senator as part of the opposition. The intention is good, but what I'm trying to say is that in these previous elections, the person that was going up against Gustavo Petro joined the Senate as part of the opposition, but on the side of the government. So the intention was good.
I wanted to just ask, so you've heard here some of the things that they've tried to do in their countries to work across the aisle. I just wanted to say, does anybody have something different that you haven't heard up here that you're doing in your country that would be useful to hear about in terms of strengthening that trust between majority and minority? This gentleman right here, I think we have a microphone.
I think first I want to highlight some difficulties that we have in our country. I mean, I'm from Ghana, and since 1992, ever since we entered into the Fourth Republican, we've always had one party with a clear majority in Parliament, but for our 2020 elections. In 2020, the ruling government had 138 members of Parliament, and the opposition had 137, with just one person clearly. And even that person is an independent who decided to do business with government. Now, there's a lot of mistrust. And for me, that is one of the hindrances to the need for us to work together. I mean, I came here on Monday. I have to leave today because there's a vote that I need to be there tomorrow. But everyone knows that this particular vote is so crucial for our country to secure an IMF deal. But because of mistrust, people have to be whipped in line. And for me, I think the fundamental challenge is when we allow external stakeholders to get involved in what we do as legislators. So you realize that political parties that brought us to Parliament would want to have their way in how things are run. I mean, I belong to the ruling government. I'm not saying that we also have our challenges. For instance, the ruling government is currently trying to deny a member of Parliament using the court system and it's affecting representation. That breeds mistrust. So I think in addressing this challenge of why political parties are unable to come together, I think the fundamental thing is trust.
I think that's a good place. Yes. I apologize. We are running low on time, but I think what we've heard is all of you are trying to serve your constituents, but you're in a system where the rewards you're competing for, obviously we're all competing for political power as well as doing what we think is right. The trust issue is critical. I think we've also heard from many of you why it is important to have an independent judiciary, some other balance forcing, pillar in the government. And it's going to be interesting to see as young people come up and are optimistic about their future, whether there's an opportunity in them to help break maybe some of the patterns that we've been in for many. Let's face it, we've been in for half a century, or maybe a century. And so I thank you for your perspectives. I think this gentleman here had one quick word, and then we unfortunately, or fortunately, have a great panel ahead of us.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. My name is Honorable Beleji Tunkara, the Majority Leader of the Gambia National Assembly. This topic is very interesting because I've worked time upon time to bring the other side of Parliament to come and buy in government bills and government ideas. Politically, every opposition, like let me say my composition of Parliament, the government has 19 seats in Parliament, 19. And the opposition
How big
has
is your parliament?
15.
How big is your
58. 58. So the opposition 15 and government 19. Now there's very tight margin, and there are some bills you need significant number to pass. Every political party is a government in waiting. So the perspective is that if I should cut a deal with the ruling party, the majority party, I'm helping them sell their agendas. I'm helping them stay in power. I'm helping them resource them to do big things, in the constituencies, in the country. That will elongate them. That will enable them to stay in power. So let me just be a stumbling block, a blockage to stop this thing.
Happens here.
Exactly. So this is really...
It'd be interesting, no one's ever tested the theory that if an opposition party really gets something done, and the only reason why it got done was because the opposition came in and agreed with the majority, that's a platform that probably people would support and say, maybe we should put those people in charge.
Exactly.
Anyway, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. We're going to give you all a couple of minutes to regroup, stand up, and thank you very much.
That was great. No, that was great.
Talk to you soon.
No, thank you for coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mike, how was that? We'll just have one moment before we begin the next panel. Please make your way slowly. Right behind you. This one. 5. So this member. I'm just kidding. We'll have you sit here, perhaps, or on the end. Maybe on the, well, we'll.
I can just, I go sit on the end and sleeping out that way.
Let me get you, you need to make my couch.
How's it going so far?
We've got a great group, active, lots of questions. 48 members from 24 countries. I know it doesn't look like much in this big room, but it's
Yeah.
in the gold room is reversing it.
Right. Do you have scripts? No. He's got his scripts, right? Legislative director slash deputy chief of staff. Tell us which one is.
There you go.
How are you?
Yes, Mrs. Deget. Mrs. Deget, trouble you?
Yeah, I have a little. Don't worry.
Up to you. What do you want to get? First or last? She's leaving early, so.
So you just.
You're in charge of the panel. Why don't you? When you get started. No, we had the professional photographer. Oh, yes, of course. Take a quick photo. Do you remember Frida from India? She's great. That's the last time he's ever going to do that, by the way. Yeah, exactly.
This is easy.
I haven't had the privilege. No, not today.
Twice. All I did was twice.
Let me take a quick photo of you and Val. And then we're waiting for one more. So that's check it. Now we need it. Now we need it official, and then we can hopefully get our roster. We're good to go.
Well,
So this is
well, because I know. But I'll tell you what the situation is. She will do a great job. And I'm sorry I can't come on that first trip. It really sounds like a great trip. I have a family.
No worries. We've got
But
trips in the future.
if you let us know when your other trips are, once you get
trying to
going,
paint them down on dates.
then I'll just block them off.
Okay, perfect. Something in the fall.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We will begin. Allow me to introduce Dr. Valbona Zanelli, or otherwise known as Val. She is a professor of national security studies at the chair of strategic engagements at the Department of Defense's George Marshall European Center for Security Studies, based in Garmisch, Germany. Her portfolio covers the Ukraine Defense Reform Program, the Senior Leaders Program for Capacity Building for Parliamentarians, and Dr. Zanelli is also a non-resident senior fellow at the Europe Center at the Atlantic Council. Val, over to you.
Well,
Thank you.
Derek, thank you very much for that kind introduction, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this wonderful summit. It's my second time, so I'm really honored, and I'd like to thank the HDP teams, the NDI and IRI, for putting this all together. I think this is going to be the most interesting panel of this conference, because we have, this stellar all-women panel, and that usually does not happen very often. So let's start with a round of applause.
So we will discuss in this session the importance of the inclusion of women and other marginalized groups in the communities in all aspects of legislative development. And we know that democracies are strengthened by the active participation of all citizens, even particularly talking about women and girls. We know that President Biden has made advancing women's civic and political participation engagement a top priority of this administration. And this is crucial for the Summit for Democracy, because the status of women is really the status of democracy. So it's not, women's empowerment is not an outcome of democratization, but I believe it's a precursor for democracy in order to strengthen our democracies worldwide. And for the all positive accomplishment that we have seen all around the world, there is still a lot to be done, and there's uneven progress going from disparities to education and healthcare, to economic opportunities and political participation, to violence and discriminatory practices. Unfortunately, we have old and new challenges, and new challenges have to do also with the online harassment and abuse, especially to women politicians or journalists. So beyond any moral imperative of advancing women's economic empowerment and political empowerment all around the world, beyond principles of fairness and justice and human rights and notions of right or wrong, I think it's a simple math. We cannot advance our economies and our communities without the full participation of women. So I'm honored to moderate this panel with speakers who are working day in and day out to address these issues and who have championed in their careers efforts to strengthen diversity, equity, and inclusion in their institutions. I'll very briefly introduce them because you know them all. So Honorable Alicia William-Grant, she is the President of the Senate of Antigua and Barbuda. She's a trained lawyer and has extensive experience in the banking system before she was elected in 2014 as the President of the Senate and re-elected in 2018. Honorable Silvia de Rosario Jacopo, member of the Senate of Argentina. She is also a lawyer and a politician and has served as a national senator for the province of Jujuy since 2015. She's also at the same time the member of the Magistrate Council of Argentinian National Judiciary, and she is currently the president of the Latin American and Caribbean Parliament, Parlatino. Honorable Grigorian, she is a member of the National Assembly of Armenia. She has been a member of parliament since 2018. Before that, she has been working in the Ministry of Economy, and also she has been working for the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Honorable Fatoumata Njai, she is a member of the National Assembly of the Gambia. She also represents the country at the Economic Community of West African States, and in partnering with important institutions such as UN Women, the National Democratic Institute, the International Republican Institute, she is working to help increase the number of women in decision-making positions across Africa. And last but not least, Honorable Diana DeJet. She is a member of the U.S. Congress. She has dedicated her life to serving the people of Colorado's 1st Congressional District. She's in her 14th term, and she's recognized as a leading voice in the nation's ongoing health care debate. So I'd like to start with you, Honorable DeJet. We know that the U.S. is putting a lot of efforts in advancing women's security and economic empowerment all across the world. And actually, the U.S. Women, Peace and Security Act is the most advanced act worldwide. So there's a lot that's been going on over the last few years in centering in this important topic. So my question to you is, as we advance this topic, what do you see as the most tangible areas where we can have success? And what are some of the hurdles also that in advancing this topic? You know, it's simply, even when we talk about women's security, it's not just a women's issue, it's a national security issue. So what are your thoughts on this argument?
Well, thank you, and it's wonderful to be a part of this distinguished panel today. In the United States, we we like to pretend like we're so much more advanced than the rest of the world, but in fact, only 28% of our elected women or elected representatives in Congress are women. And so, and this is of course up dramatically from the time I got elected to Congress, where we only had 54 women members of Congress. And so we continue, like the rest of the world, to try to build on women in the legislative process, because when we do that, then women are in positions to advocate for and discuss issues like security across the board. In the past, I think this happens around the world, is women get elected, and I'm sure it's happened to every single woman on this stage, women get elected to office, and then we're all told, oh, and by the way, most of us are lawyers, so I liked that quite a little bit, but we're told, okay, now you have to work on traditional women's issues. You have to work on pay equity. You have to work on maternal and child health issues, child care, all of those issues. And those issues are important, but as you say, they are not just important to women, they're important to men and to families and to communities. So when you get women who work on those issues, but you also get women who are working on national security issues, who are working on financial issues, the chair or the ranking member of the banking committee in Congress is a woman. The chair of the appropriations committee that spends all the money is now a woman, and the Republican and the Democrat are both women in charge of the appropriations committee. That's, by the way, why we have hope for getting a budget this year, because women are in charge. So when you talk about the panoply of security issues, everything from security in the workplace, freedom from human trafficking and violence, but you also talk about food security, energy security, all of that. Having people's voices who can talk from a personal and professional standpoint is really important, and I think that's the real progress that we've made, not just having more numbers, but having people who can focus on that, because I think that these security issues really are very broad issues that impact every part of life.
Well, thank you. You touched on very important topics, because when we talk about gender equality and gender equity, which is more important even concept, is that we ask three simple questions. Do women have the rights? Do they have the representation? So the good thing is that numbers have increased, but should not be just about the quantity. It should be, the decisions that they take. And the third point that you mentioned is resources. So how do we have, budgets that think about inclusion of more women in our daily lives? So I'd like to ask, Honorable Williams-Grant. So as Representative DeJette, she was mentioning that we have increased numbers in terms of quantity. Compared to 30 years ago, now we have 25% of women that are represented in parliaments. But we only have 7% of women that are heads of states, for example, worldwide. So what is the translation? Is that when it comes to decisions that most affect our life, voices are not heard equally. So what is your point? What is your perspective from your country?
Well, I wish to say thank you for the opportunity to be here with all of you, and I thank the organizers for extending the invitation to my jurisdiction and to me to be a part of this. I listened to the honorable member from the United States and marveled that you now have moved to 28% of your numbers being women. When we gained political independence in 1981, and when I came to office in 2014, we had one member elected as a representative in the House of Representatives.
Out of how many?
Out of 17. And history was made in 2004. That was the first time we had a woman being elected to the House of Representatives. We moved from 1 to 2, and then just at the conclusion of our elections this year, January, we're now back to 1 of 17. So we've had a struggle. Some would say we are young in our democracy, but I still think we have quite a bit to go. The flip side of that is that in the upper house now, where the persons are appointed, we've seen a drastic shift in the movement towards inclusivity, particularly women and the youth. My platform is women and youth, and it's been so ever since I've been appointed to this position as president. What we've had since 2014 is a move from the political directorate to include more women in the Senate, and we've had 9 at one time at the highest. We're 9 out of 17, inclusive of the presiding officer. And so I should make that comment, that the 1 out of 17 in the House of Representatives does not include the presiding officer. Although we've had presiding officers in the House of Representatives who have been female. So we've had at least 2 before this current seat holder who is male. But in the Senate, we had 9 out of 17, and we lost 2 after this election. So we have a ways to go. We've seen the difference in the quality of the representation in the House. Most persons are keen to tune into the debates at the upper house, and we, as a result, have had so much change in the landscape. When I came to office, I was completely flabbergasted that there were so many persons in our communities on a day-to-day that did not relate to Parliament. They had no interest. The youth had complete apathy. And women were scared, of course, because the narrative is politics is for women. It's for men. It's a boys' game. It's too nasty. It's dirty. And so I took the decision, I must say, to help the legislature get involved in changing that narrative and that understanding. Because for me, representation, inclusivity means I must understand that I have a role. I must understand what the machinations are. How can I get involved? And that was missing from the dialogue in our jurisdiction. And so we have now moved forward several years. We now have our Gender Caucus Committee, which is bipartisan and includes former members of Parliament who are also females. And we've moved forward tremendously in the advances we've done with respect to our youth involvement, and particularly young women. So we would have had our youth parliament, which is ongoing activity. We have our President's 10, which is geared towards third formers, which is the age 13, 14. And that is a mentorship program that we undertake. And we also have had success with partnership with Parliamericas and the Caribbean Women in Leadership programs, where we've designed Young Women in Leadership, where we've had women, all women, 17 in the lower house, 17 in the upper house, coming into the House of Parliament and debating on issues. So the sensitivity of your role and your function has been our focus.
Yeah.
We need to understand that we have a seat at the table, and we need to occupy that seat. And that's what we've been doing so far.
And that's very important, not to be just the placeholder, but a stakeholder at the table. So that this is, well, thank you. And actually, you have been one of the trailblazers, as I understand, in your country to push more women to be engaged politically in the...
If I may, I must say, because I grew up at a time where we talk about the importance of men in this challenge. My father was the greatest motivator of getting involved in political life. And he used to take me to Parliament. He used to encourage me to listen to the debates. People ask me, how did you get involved? I said, I don't know, politics has always been a part of my dialogue. How did I become a lawyer? It's always been a part of my dialogue. So the men in our lives have a role and a tremendous responsibility to encourage and support the work that we're doing. And so that is why I was really, really taken aback that so many women didn't understand that they too had a role and needed to be a part of the discussion, needed to demand their place in Parliament. And so we're talking about the successes. What success I'm expecting is that we will see more women coming forward to enter elective politics. And we had a record numbers this past January. I can't remember the exact figures, but I know it was tremendous. We had independent women coming forward, not affiliated with any party, who would have put themselves forward to be a part of the electoral process. And for me, that is a tremendous accomplishment over the past 10 years.
Well, thank you very much, and you touched on very important points that I'd like to come back in our second round. Honorable Rosario Jacopo, so I'd like to hear from you what are some of the challenges that you face in Argentina, but maybe not just the country perspective, because you are also, working in the entire other, Latin American countries. So what are some of the challenges you're facing in implementing inclusion measures, particularly more for women and girls?
Okay, I am going to speak in my native language, Spanish, and before answering your question, I would like to thank HDP, the IRI, and the NDI for giving me the opportunity to express my opinion in this panel that I am proud to be integrating, and with this dear audience made up of legislators and parliamentarians. As Argentinian, I was carefully listening to the speakers that came before me, and I would like to say that in Argentina, Argentinian women have been fighting for the 213 years that we have been in existence as a country, out of which for the past 73 years, we women have been able to have full engagement as citizens, because that's when we were given the right to vote. We have a very cosmopolitan population where migration as a result of the two world wars made Argentina the new Europe in South America. This connotation that was brought by immigrants, mostly peasants and merchants, made our population mostly made up by males, which came to power. And so women had to pretend to be men, dress as men, to attend a university. So we have had a historical struggle to access public office, like I said, over decades. But today we have parity per our national electoral law, whereby it is mandatory for all candidates at a national level have to be man, woman, man, woman. Otherwise, those nominations are challenged.
In many countries.
50-50 parity, yes, which enabled us to have a parliament composition that is 50% in the Senate, 49 in the Senate, and 47 in the lower house, which is a huge progress. But since we have a federal representative and Republican system, there are districts in our country are called provinces, which are not states like the United States, but rather autonomous provinces. So out of the 24 districts or provinces, only 2 do not have that number that the national law calls for. But it's huge progress because in our upcoming elections, the parity will happen almost in the entire territory. I come from a province that is deep in the Andes with 340 indigenous communities, and as such, I am a strong advocate to fight for equality and to fight for women, because we women in my province and in the rural areas of Argentina, we have women that are very hardworking, they are courageous, and that have positions of power. There is my province, the province of Jujuy, out of 8 ministers, we have 6 that are women. Human development, for example, as we heard from my colleague in the United States, we tend to go to certain ministries or certain departments, but in my province of Jujuy, it is different. The female minister for the environment, for resources, are women. So we have made a lot of progress in the right direction, but I would also like to underscore the fact that we must fight and work just as hard as men, because we, women, are the ones who raise our children, because we spend more time with them. So from the upbringing that we have, if we have an upbringing that is egalitarian, then we can teach our sons for them to reflect the society that will be more egalitarian. And that is why it is so important to have this perspective and to work for the autonomy of women, both physically as well as economically, as well as in decision-making and power positions. When I say physically, I mean by working with legislation to protect one of the biggest scourges in Latin America, which is a true emergency and that needs to be addressed collectively. And for this, I'm speaking on behalf of the chair of Par Latino, which is a Latin American parliament, and that talks about how we should take care of the reproductive health rights of our girls and adolescents, where the rates for violence, harassment, femicide, and teen and girl pregnancies, as well as trafficking in persons, is regrettably way too alarming in our continent. So we have to see how we can work through the unity of parliament members to fight this and to have a gender perspective on all of the framework legislation, so that later on we can implement them with experience and work that we members of parliament do in the region, so we can lower those rates. Empowerment and economic sufficiency is key. We cannot talk about equality or rights or if we have the poverty levels that we have. And for that, I go back to my country. Our country makes food for 600 million people, and today we have poverty levels that are hurtful. 52% of poor and 45% of indigent people, where the majority of those poor are children and women. It is unthinkable, unacceptable. As an Argentinian, it hurts. We are doing something very wrong here. So, in terms of work, we need to have a more holistic view and be more sympathetic between the members of parliament in our region and in the world. We need to listen and we need to work to close those gaps. Another thing is independence in decision-making spaces. I mentioned my province because I am proud to be part of a province that turn things around in terms of all rights that have to do with malnutrition, child mortality, teen pregnancy. Why? Because our local government, our provincial government has made a commitment. And let me go back to what the previous panel talked about. We need to have a coalition government so that after having 35 years of someone from a single political party, we were able to have a coalition to defeat the ruling party. And this consolidates the concept that partnerships and coalitions should not be just for electoral purposes, but rather to have a political project that does not benefit us individually, but rather that aims at strengthening our institution and to have a look that takes us to a more inclusive society in the long run. And we need to do that at a national level in Argentina. We need to strive for a government that is truly inclusive and to close the immense gap that we have across political lines, and that led us to 120% inflation rate, 7% monthly inflation rate, with poverty levels that simply hurt. So as a woman and as women, we have to fight to close those gaps with specific actions. For example, dialogue, empowerment, both physical as well as cultural, economic, and our own.
Honorable, great points. And, as you were pointing out, these are not women's and girls' issues. These are national security issues. We're talking about health. You're talking about poverty. We're talking all about this, big challenges and threats to national security. And I agree with your point that we have to put the gender lens on everything that we do. It should not be a separate topic that we, tend to discuss. And inclusion, that's the key word, and I think that's, what we are to speak here in this panel. How do we include not only women, but also other marginalized, groups of the society in everything that we do. And so I would go to Honorable Krzyzewska Grigorian. I hope I said it correctly. So, what are the challenges in Armenia? And there was a point that came out in the conversation that we need to include men in the conversation. This should not be just a talk between, among women. So tell us your point of view.
Thank you very much, Val.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if this works.
Yes, it
does. Wonderful. So first of all, I want to second my colleagues in saying thank you to the House Democracy Partnership for hosting us here, and the partners, of course, the USAID, the NDI, the IRI. Secondly, I want to greet all the panelists here, my colleagues, and all the women who have made probably a long way, just like I did, to come here and to celebrate all of us, not just the women, all the participants, because whatever topic we're talking about doesn't relate only to the group that voices the issues, but to all of us. So I want to celebrate all of us here. So as you said, coming from Armenia, a landlocked small country which has undergone a democratic transition in 2018, in which we call a velvet democratic revolution. We became, once again, a democratic country again, and as our Prime Minister stated today in his address to the summit, despite all the regional and global challenges we face, we remain very committed to the democratic reform agenda that we're going through. Now, coming to the topic of today's discussion, as you said, it's not only women who have to speak about women issues, but also men. And here again, I want to say that I'm very happy that the men in my team, in my government, in broader, not only speak, but are also the locomotives in promoting women's rights. And among them, the Prime Minister in the first place, but also the Speaker, and also the ministers. But I also want to talk about women who are in leading positions. So right after the revolution in 2019, we had a woman head of faction, our parliamentary group in the parliament, who is currently serving as the ambassador to the United States of America, and we're so very proud of her. And our ombudsperson, and I say not an ombudsman, but an ombudsperson, is also a woman, and we're going to have a new election soon, and probably the next Kenyan will also be a woman, and we have a woman general prosecutor. And talking about threshold in the parliament, actually, that was a topic I wanted to come later, but I will say it here. I was astonished hearing that we have 50% of gender quota for the Argentinian parliament, both policies. But in our case, we have 33%. That's in the electoral code. But when it comes to the actual numbers, this is 36%. And then, since we talked about the laws, I want to mention another law, which is the law on parties, which was amended last year. And among other amendments, what we have changed is that the parties that will have above 40% of women in their decision-making bodies, that is the bureaus, will get more state funding for that. So this also encourages. But I also want to turn to other aspects, since we also spoke about violence against women. And actually, when we speak about inclusion of women in decision-making processes, be it in political life, legislative, executive, or the business sector, we first need to make sure that they are safe, because without being safe in the first place, they cannot really start enjoying their rights and being more active, right? So the domestic violence law that Armenia adopted in 2017 underwent minor changes since then. But now I'm so very proud to say that 3 female colleagues of mine have brought a package of amendments to the law, which makes a huge difference, and I will not go into details, but one thing I want to emphasize is the criminalization of very many actions which wasn't there before. Now these actions, which are acts of domestic violence, are now in the criminal code, and this will ensure an effective way of protecting the women's rights. Also, another resolution, the UN Security Council Resolution 1325. We have the action plan for the resolution 2023-2025. This is basically about the participation in and awareness of women's rights in the defense system. That's the military, that's the police, and the peacekeeping missions, which is also very important. And my last point, not to take too much of your time, is the employment of women and encouraging their employment. And what we've done here in the very recent years, I want to mention 2 laws here. First is the law on maternity allowances. So if previously, when women would go back to work once their kids were still under 2, they would not receive the allowances anymore. What we have done now is that they continue receiving the allowances, and what is even more important, in order to ensure more engagement from rural areas. In the rural areas, these allowances are way more. They are probably the double, or in some cases even more, of those allowances than in big cities. Because we know that the challenges these women face in rural areas are incompatible with the challenges that women face in big cities. Though not to say that in big cities we do not face challenges. So probably I will stop in here. There is way more to say. Just one idea I want to share is that diversity and inclusion of all social groups in decision-making processes is not only about making these voices heard, which is very important and comes as first, but equally important is to add the contribution of all these people, which will only add to the prosperity and development of everyone. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, and thank you for the very good news that you shared with us, and we want to share your optimism. It's great to hear, what's going on in Armenia and how young people, like young women like you, are involved in politics and are going to push more other women. But as we know, unfortunately, the situation is not rosy all over the world, and different crises, wars, and COVID-19 pandemic has even affected more negatively women. And, what has been achieved in some country, we're seeing backsliding. So I'd like to hear from Honorable Njai. You have been a leader not only in the Gambia, but across Africa to supporting empowerment of women and girls. What do you see as the main problems? What do you see as the main challenges at what's being done in your country to address some of those?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to join my colleagues in thanking the HDP and the NDI, but more especially the IRI for extending the invitation to myself and my colleagues. The most challenging is the challenges in education, because I've realized that what's stopping girls and women from coming out is the fact that they are not up to that level in their education. In our part of the world, because of poverty, girls are taken out of school at very early ages, and if there's an option to drop or to send a child to school, the male child is given preference. So that is one challenge. And what we've done is we've established a foundation that would identify girls that would have dropped out of school, and we ensure that they continue, see them through, support them through families and through the foundation to make sure that they reach the level of possibility. Because what we've noticed, the biggest challenge is the lack of reaching your potential. And without reaching that potential, you won't be able to explore and be what you want to be. So what we've done is to make sure that they finish their education at the highest level possible. Recently, we've noticed that lack of laws were also the problem. In Gambia, we have very good gender laws, but it's the implementation and also identifying. If you want somebody to represent you, they have to be at that level, because we're not only looking at the quantity, we're also looking at the quality. Unfortunately, when it comes to male representation, nobody questions their qualifications. When they make mistakes in parliament, it is not factored. But when women make a slight mistake, for example, it is picked and it is labeled as, and when you go out and rebel against that, the misogyny and everything is against you, because I've had those challenges being the outspoken woman that I am. I've had attacks, even sometimes my children in school, they are attacked at school.
They say that men usually are promoted on potential.
And
women on experiences.
Women on experiences, even the slightest mistakes, the way we dress, everything, which does not apply to men. But also another challenge which we are trying to counter is the religious challenge, because our nearest neighbor, which is Senegal, is also predominantly Muslim. So we are trying to expel that challenge from the agenda, that being Muslim would stop you from coming out to contest, because Senegal is also predominantly more Muslim than Gambia, actually, with 98% when we are only 95. So we say that your religion should not stop you. So the greatest challenge, I would say personally, is the lack of affirmative actions. And since I've worked across the West African region as well, I always like to take Liberia as an example, and I've seen some of our Liberian colleagues. For example, the current vice president came in, I would say, not accidentally, but by the virtue of good laws, because a list was sent and it wasn't reflective of the laws then, and it was returned, and that was how her name came on the list. She won and became a member of the Senate, and that's how she grew up and then ran as a running mate and now became the vice president. So I would recommend that when we go back to our countries, we should make sure that we have very good laws. In my country, we attempted a constitution amendment to include, to reserve seats specifically for women, and that was done last year. Unfortunately, because of the timing, I wouldn't say that the members did not support it. It came at the wrong time because it was during elections time. Members were busy campaigning, so we lacked quorum to sit and debate on it. And because of that, it was negated. And we are trying to bring it back. Our first engagement through the support of IRI, we've had meetings with stakeholders, past and present members of parliament, other stakeholders in the community, religious and community leaders, to engage them and bring them up to date about the importance of women representation in parliament. We've recently seen how the lack of proper medication had killed about 130. It was reported at 66, but last week it's been agreed that it was up to 131 children that died due to bad medication that was imported. So all those things would have been prevented had women been in the parliament and part of our budgeting, because then they would have allocated a lot more. Men tend to allocate budgets in defense, security, and women tend to go more for education, social service sectors. I think when we look at all those factors, we would know the importance. So the challenge is not only not being accepted, the challenge is not being there to ensure that priority areas are also catered for. So what we will do when we get back to our respective countries, work as a community and make sure that our support, our donors, for example, we look at the just concluded CSW. I personally would say that since 2018, the focus then was on women empowerment. It's not been fulfilled, and now they are focusing on technology. Before you focus on something else, make sure that the agenda has been fully exhausted, because the trajectory is going down. For example, in my parliament, the last legislature, we had 11% of female representation. Now it has gone down to 8%. And in the regional parliament, ECOWAS regional parliament, it was 26%. Now it has gone down to 18%. So the question should be, why are we losing women candidates?
Because
and try
all
to
the
address
factors that you addressed.
Yeah, try to address that issue. Is it the finances? Is it because of other family commitments? We should be given that space to explore the reasons we are losing elections and try to address those rather than jumping from one topic to the next without actually having exhausted the theme of previous years, because at the end of the day, when it comes to the conclusion, we will just be flying on the air without having actually fulfilled any commitment.
Well, thank you very much. You touched on a very important point, which is lack of implementation. We could have the most beautiful laws, legislation in the world. If it's not implemented, it's not worth it to the community. And I heard yesterday a report a few years ago of OECD that actually in terms of foreign aid, international foreign aid, only 1% goes specifically to women empowerment. So maybe this is an area where it needs to be done more in terms of increasing equality and equity. I'd like to come back to Honorable Jet. You mentioned before the importance of resources, and you are chairing key oversight panels here. So tell us a little bit more about gender budgeting, how important that is, and also the issue of accountability. How do you keep institutions, executive in this, in this case, accountable that all the money that goes into is funneled to advance women's economic, political, education, social empowerment is really implemented?
So, one of the in the last 4 years of Congress, when my party was in the majority, we really made a focus with our appropriations to focus on a lot of programs that impacted women and children, particularly because of the pandemic. So, for example, for a period of time, we had a child tax credit, which enabled lower-income families to be able to get a tax credit that really helped them be able to support the children and nutrition and all of that. That unfortunately expired, and we've been trying to get that back now. But there were many other programs through the appropriations, and you hit the nail on the head, Doctor, because if an institution doesn't do oversight over the money that they're spending, then it doesn't go to help, and I think all of my colleagues here will agree with this, is you can appropriate as much money as you want for issues like child nutrition, for women's empowerment and employment, but if it's not being utilized, and that's why in the U.S. Congress, we have a number of oversight functions. In fact, just this afternoon at 2 o'clock, I'm going to be participating in an oversight hearing that's around one of the, I can't remember which one, but one of the departments that's spending money under the jurisdiction of my committee. And what we will be asking is, how's that money being spent? Is it going to the people that it's needed to? Frequently, through the HDP programs around the world, I've been asked to speak about oversight because it's something, now I was the chair or the ranking Democrat on the Oversight Subcommittee of the Energy and Commerce Committee for about 10 years. This Congress now, I'm the senior Democrat, the ranking Democrat on the Substantive Energy and Climate Subcommittee. I decided to do something different for a little while. So we're the ones that are doing the legislation, and people, and I think elected officials don't think so much, it's not as glamorous to do oversight, but it's just as important to do oversight, because if all of that money that's being spent on health care or child nutrition or whatever it is, if it doesn't go out, then you might as well not spend it at all. So oversight's a really key component.
Well, thank you. Another area of discussion that's important.
Can I just say quickly, I apologize, but I mentioned that I'm now the senior Democrat on the Energy Subcommittee, and we have a bill on the floor, H.R. 1. So I'll just apologize in advance. I can stay for a few more minutes, but I will have to leave a little early to go down to the floor and do my job.
We totally understand, and well, thank you for your time. It's really very important that you are supporting this event. So an issue that came up during the conversation, even before, was the women's caucuses. So I'd like to know in how many of your parliaments do you have women's caucuses, and how do you feel that these are pushing this agenda for equity and equality? Yes, please.
Yes, in the Argentine parliament, we do have the women caucus, and all of the female senators are part of the women's caucus. That is a difference that we have with other committees, the 62 committees that the Senate has, in which the participation has to do with the political party composition. And we female senators are all part of the Women's Caucus, and all bills have to go through this caucus in order to be decided upon and to oversee whether through the caucus there is gender perspective in all bills before taking them to the plenary.
I would like to ask, it was discussed yesterday, it's, a key component of the conversations in the summit is the issue of disinformation, is the issue of misinformation. And now we're talking about the gender impact of disinformation. So how do you feel that's affecting, maybe in African countries, you were talking about the fact that numbers are going down. Do you think that there's more we can do in that area specifically?
I think I will first of all address the aspect of misinformation or
Yes.
disinformation. Because when we came up with the bill to enhance the parliament for more women, there was this group of people going out that we were advocating for gay and lesbianism, and that wasn't part of, it never occurred to me that people were just there trying to discredit the bill. And we didn't
Was it only, one question, was it only internal? Because we're seeing, according to research, there's a lot of, foreign disinformation, misinformation campaign that's affecting those
It was internal, and it was internal within the country. And then there was information that we were being paid by the EU to address women issues, and it was like a shock to us because that wasn't the case. We just realized the need for women to be represented, especially rural women, because they were the less educated, they wouldn't have the opportunity, the financial means, and that was the main purpose of us coming up with it. But then the misinformation was just too much, and we've learned from that. So now we are going to take a different way of bringing it, because we are planning on coming back with it, because we are not going to give up until we have it approved, sealed, on the table.
Well, thank you. Maybe any, yes?
Yeah, if I could add to actually the previous question about how we make sure that the budgets are gender sensitive. So this year, for the first time, the Armenian budget will be also censored for that, to be gender balanced in our areas. Actually, the budget office specialists now are trained in order to audit all the budget in all its sections and to make sure that it is so. And then the committees will also, the standing committees will also be having a look at that. So this is very important that we make sure that it is not only those laws which relate to women or other marginalized groups and communities, because for these laws we're very attentive and we scrutinize them a lot. But regardless of what law it is, actually, we need to make sure that it is gender balanced. So this is first. And actually, when it comes to misinformation or disinformation, of course, Armenia has also witnessed a lot of fake, I would say, discourses around gender issues and about women's rights. And yes, there are groups who advocate, well, groups from not really democratic countries or forces from not really democratic countries advocating that something like this, that taking some giving some rights to certain groups is like taking those rights from others. Whereas this is a complete nonsense, because human rights are universal. You never take a right from one group to give it to another. Every one person has the same human rights as others. So we're really trying hard to combat these discourses, but fortunately enough, I would say that our society is really receiving a lot of information, since media is free and people have the opportunity to use all sources. They're exposed to all different viewpoints, and this is what makes them take the opportunity of being exposed to all kinds of viewpoints. So hopefully all these fake discourses are going to be beaten down soon. Thank you.
Another question before I open it up for questions from the audience. So how do you think, how important are these, these meetings that we have here in order to work together and maybe create regional women's caucuses, or, creating alliances that will, help women help each other?
Can I say?
Yes, please.
I'm going to step back a little, if you may. The issue of technology is critical to the discussion. We've seen where technology has brought very good advantages and benefits, but it also lends to not just the misinformation, but the promotion and advocating of violence against women.
Misogyny.
And the misogynistic approach to governance. And I think it's a phenomenon that we're trying to cope with. We've seen it in the leading up to the last elections, where the female members of Parliament and those who put themselves up for election were subject to a lot of abusive language. And so balancing that responsibility, that right, that one may think they have, to say what they have to say, is also the right of the individual that needs to be protected. You know, so it's a two-edged sword, and we're still trying to cope with it. Some persons have asked that the Gender Caucus Committee take up that mantle and a charge, because it comes from both sides, the ruling government, it comes from the opposition, the members of some of the opposition parties as well. And so that has been a challenge for us from our Gender Caucus Committee. How do we deal with that when our members might be at fault or might be a part of the abusive dialogue or discourse or approach, and what role should we really allow technology to play in advancing our approach, our perspective. I also wanted to mention that what we've seen in terms of the regional approach, manifesting in the youth and how they have embraced the opportunities that have been presented to them from our Youth Parliamentary Association. They have actually formed alliances with our neighboring youth parliaments like St. Kitts, and they're now advocating to form a regional body, the OECS, Youth Parliamentary Association. And with that, I attended their General Assembly meeting in February. And what I heard from them was something I think that we should be able to keep at the forefront of our minds, that forming these alliances, forum like these, allow us to share best practices and to advance the cause, not just in our little circles, in our little islands, in our landlocked jurisdictions, but across the region. And so we would see the improvements that we all are fighting in our respective jurisdictions. I mean, I'm listening to my colleague here from the Gambia, and listening to the challenges that they're having, and I'm thinking, wow, I thought we had it bad, but I mean, when you have the religious perspective to battle, and you have the misinformation like that along those lines, that people are more receptive to them. And all I have to deal with is an issue of, I don't even know, pales in comparison. So this organizing, this forum is instructive and beneficial, and also gives you comfort that you are doing something
that you're not
right,
alone out there,
and that we're all fighting for the same cause. So just to take a page out of the young people's book, that the alliances regionally, and I'm looking at my colleagues here from Dominica, St. Kitts and St. Lucia, and encouraging us to form that alliance as gender sensitive approach to the legislature in our region. So thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you, and actually we like tangible outcomes, so maybe that could be one of the outcomes of the event.
Also, there are some success stories when it comes to caucuses, because we are part of an international caucus in the ECOWAS region with all ECOWAS female MPs. When our bill failed, it passed in Sierra Leone. They've just passed their bill, and they're having elections in June, and hopefully it will be implemented and it will come into result, because we as a caucus went there last week to make sure that women know that this bill exists and that they can, so
it's about also, how do you raise awareness? How do you communicate about, what's out there? Because in a lot of cases, there's no knowledge, that there's no information for women that these laws exist and are, being or not implemented, depending. So before I open the floor, let's do this. Yes, please.
I have to say something. I have to clarify something, because I said that in Argentina, in one of the houses, we reached 50%. And the other one, the Senate, with these upcoming elections that we have this year, we will get to 50%, because the parity law which may be one of the solutions for these rates that enabled women to come in, like we mentioned, and then dropped. When we have a parity law that requires all lists to have one man and one woman, that enables participation, because breaking through the glass ceiling is a historical landmark. But unfortunately, the rule forces us, political parties, to make up our list of candidates with, man and female candidates.
Discussed, even 30% in a lot of countries is considered to be discriminatory because women are more than 50%. So I like this very much, this idea. How can we get there that we have, parity laws?
And excuse me, but from Parlatino, we have created an office, a gender office, or a gender observatory, so that we have data to link to if we go back to information. Because if in the region, I would like to know what the indexes are in the Dominican Republic or Guatemala or Chile, I have to go to international organizations to get that specific information about specific topics. Now, through this gender observatory, we will take all of the information from our region, from Latin America, South America, and the Caribbean, and any parliamentarian or any citizen will be able to access information about specific issues with a gender perspective. And in this assembly, we will also have the cross-cutting issue for this parliamentary year that is about to begin. That issue will be a gender focus, and we are going to create a front of female parliamentarians in the region. Just as when you have parliamentarian fronts against hunger, say, we will invite all women parliamentarians in our region, and it would be wonderful for this front then to be duplicated.
So much to learn from the case of Argentina. Okay, so I'll open the floor. There are so many questions, so oh my God. Good, let's start with Katia there, and please be brief. Maybe we'll take 2-3 questions and then we'll respond. Yes.
Thank you very much. Absolutely, this is a very important topic, and well, thank you very much, and all these exceptional women who are sitting in the panel. So my name is Katia Dekanoidze. I'm the member of the Parliament of Georgia from the opposition, and I know how it is to harass women because I worked in the criminal justice sector, the most masculine sector, as a chief of the police, National Police of Ukraine in Georgia, and now just as a member of the parliament, and I had been running twice as a majoritarian and as a mayor of the city. And even now there is a huge bullying to my perspective because I recently just left the party, my own party. So I think it's not about how we can see the perspective of the women. I think that, we got quotas, we got very active women in the politics, in the parliament, but it's about the decision making. If women don't participate in the decision making in the political parties, and we all know the reality in Georgia and everywhere that political parties for men somehow. I mean, there's several men there behind the doors and that they talk about the decisions, and we're not participating. I had a leading position in the party, but even though I was a minority leader, it was so hard sometimes to compete with man egos. So I think it's about decision making. So we need more women to make decisions. This is first. And the second, you made absolutely brilliant point. In the parliament in Georgia, we got very good, exceptional women leaders. And somehow we cooperate even better than men do because, we see the future, in a different way. We're sensitive, we want to cooperate, we want something, bright for our futures. And as you have said, I think that the more more engagement from our international partners and the support for our women platform in the parliament is very much important. So, I mean, empower as education is so much important, and we can be the role models for the young girls and women in the schools and the universities. And I think that, empowering each other also is very much important. Thank you very much. And thank you, all of you. I mean, and the women here, and I think it's so much important to empower each other. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Senator Albright used to say that there's a special place in hell for women that do not support other women. So
Yes, that is right. That is right.
Thank you very much, and I want to say thank you to the organizers for the opportunity to have us here. My name is Yomli Kanga Lawrence. I'm from Liberia. I'm a senator. We have the Women Legislative Caucus. I'm also the leader of the Women's Legislative Caucus. I'm the leader of the second largest opposition party also in my country. This is a very concerning topic for me because I'm in direct position to talk about women issues every day and to make decisions that will change some of those situations. And I just want to say briefly about where we are as a country and as a legislature in our country. In 2005, we elected the first female president in Africa. And that was, many women were inspired by that. So we participated in politics. When I became a senator in 2013, we were 5 women. 2 years down the road, 2 women lost elections because they were not empowered enough to win. And we had 3 women left in the Senate. 1 became the vice president and 1 died. So I was the only female in the Senate with 29 men for 3 years.
Wow.
To have another woman come to the Senate, it was very tough because during that by-elections, the only woman who won the elections, before the results were announced, it was almost like war in that particular county. She was taken hostage. People were wounded. There was a big fight. Ballot boxes were stolen and thrown away. It was in a rural interior part, so traditional actors got involved. So the women had to muster the courage to go to the village, including women who were from our international partners. So we had to make big news out of it. I think it got to BBC and all of these international news networks. And were able to protect her votes and bring her to the Senate. So we are 2 women now in the Senate. The entire legislature, we are 11% women. And here are the challenges. Some of them are traditional because women feel, or men feel that women belongs in the home. They should be housewives, especially in rural areas where they don't hear much about politics. Women think it's a very strong place to be present because it's dominated by men. And also because of the kind of humiliation we go through as women. It takes a lot to remain in there. Women are afraid to even come up because of what they see other women go through, like the story I just explained. So we have to always have the courage to continue to stand up to encourage women. What do we need to help to do that? As the chair of the Women Legislative Caucus, I've been working with a lot of international partners, and what they usually do is to come and do a lot of awareness when it's close to elections. I think we should start early with mentoring. Telling our stories, like what we are doing right now is very important. Do a lot of awareness. Talk about some of the legislation that is helping to bring women to the table. Like we started with an affirmative action since 2014 that didn't work until recently we passed the 30% women participation or gender participation in our elections law. We are looking forward to concluding that, but getting the women out to participate is the challenge, and our law is to tell them we have seats on the table for you and we are only waiting for you to come. But it's very challenging because they need the support and they need the awareness. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for reminding us that this is a matter of courage in many countries. It's not just a soft issue of women. You know, you have to fight every day to be represented. We'll take a comment here. Derek, can we take a few more minutes because we started late? Great. 6 minutes only.
Buenos días. Para mí
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to share with all of you today, and I'm going to stand up so that you can see me. It's such a pleasure to be able to talk about women's issues. In Ecuador, I think we've taken a huge step as female legislators. We've created laws for women for eradicating violence, for the participation of 30% of women in Ecuador. In Ecuador, I am one of the youngest female legislators in Parliament. I'm 27 years old, and that gap has been a part of our lives, our participation. For the first time now, we have a ministry, a women's ministry in Ecuador, where we think about and create laws to benefit our girls, our young women, and especially the most important thing, the political party that I belong to is the Pachakutik party. It includes Afro-Ecuadorians, indigenous groups, and that has allowed for the participation of women as well. And I think that that is where we, starting from ourselves, we need to include ourselves in this process, in empowerment, so that we can take our voices to our organizations, our communities, our neighborhoods, to continue to invite women and become empowered this way. I think that we as women shouldn't only have a seat just to fill that seat. Rather, we must become empowered in that seat and invite all other women, as well as men, to be inclusive in order to, in this way, change things from where we are so that we can change our country. Thank you.
And, you know, creating ministries that deal with gender equality, that will have push reforms. Please.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I wanted to make 3 quick points, and I'm not usually a short speaker, but I'll try very hard. They always say politicians don't trust them when they get up to speak. But first of all, quickly, a historical fact that sometimes we need to know about other parts of the world. 1953, the first woman to be elected as a deputy speaker of a legislature was in a little colony called British Guyana, now Guyana. The first woman in the world to be elected as a deputy speaker. And I think that's something we don't recognize. Second thing, to do with caucuses. In the 94-96 period in Guyana, there was a very powerful caucus of women across both sides of the House. We were successful in getting our parties to agree first to bring in 2 controversial bills. One was a medical termination of pregnancy bill, and the other was domestic violence bill. Through the caucus and a range of strategies, we had the first vote of conscience in our National Assembly, and the only one since its formation, on the medical termination of pregnancy bill, and it was passed in 1995, and domestic violence in 1996. The caucus has had good and bad times and has not been working for a long time because of the political atmosphere. And we have to recognize as women sometimes we get caught up in the political atmosphere of our parties as well. Mm-hmm. We are not separate from that process. And so when the acrimony is high, it is very hard to get the caucuses together for women to sit and work together on national issues. Mm-hmm. The third point, quickly, is that I just want to say this, and please forgive me, but as a woman politician for quite a long time, I have fought on women's rights, but I'm proud of having fought for human rights of our people, regardless of their gender, regardless of their ethnicity. And I think that we have to constantly remind ourselves as women parliamentarians, more than any other parliamentarian, because we always, as women, carry an additional burden in life or additional responsibilities that men don't. But we have to fight for all marginalized people in our societies, all the poor in our societies, those regardless of religious beliefs and so on. If we only sometimes get tracked to do with women, I fear sometimes. I see people who are very poor, who may not be, well, of course there are women there, but they may be in a group, an indigenous people, for example, disabled, elderly, persons who are LGBTQI. We have a particular responsibility as women parliamentarians to fight and include minorities, include people who are marginalized in our daily work of representation for people. Because after all, the Summit for Democracy is about preserving and protecting and building democracy in our societies. Thank you.
Absolutely. And although this is an all-women's panel, I think it should be about women and men together. It should be about inclusion. We're focused more on the main, challenges that women are facing in the political and economic life in many countries. But we totally agree with you. I think we have time for two final comments.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. I have several questions. In Colombia, we women face what we call chauvinism and sexism that is very typical in Latin American countries. We know it happens all over the world, but in Latin America, chauvinism is a lot stronger, and we have to constantly deal with political violence from our male Congress members to us. I was personally the target of an attack in a political oversight hearing on the issue of peace. I was reporting acts of corruption, and a male Congress member attacked me, saying that I was linking him to that scandal because I had a crush on him, that I was obsessed with him. I mean, to that level, on the floor, during a plenary session in the House of Representatives. But that is just one example. In Colombia, we have the first female vice president who, in addition to being female, she is a black woman that comes from a very humble background. She's being a social fighter, and there's something very awful that we're seeing in public discourse where Francia Marquez is being attacked not just because she's female, but because she's black. So if the vice president has to travel by helicopter for security reasons, a whole number of politicians criticize her because she travels via helicopters. Colombia has had female vice presidents where they were never questioned about that. So my question is, I am the coordinator for a bill of law that aims at preventing political violence against women. I would like to know if in your countries you have any kind of effort in that regard, or any kind of effort to, for example, train congressmen on gender issues. This is actually a bill of law that I'm working on because our congressmen do not understand gender issues, and they still have the majority in Colombia. In Colombia, we have the 30% quota law for women. We're trying to bring it up to 50%, but our Congress is still very much male-oriented. So what kind of efforts or initiatives do you have in your countries about this? And finally, do you have any specific action to increase government funding for female candidates?
It's also, how do you include civil society? How do you include media to change the narrative? Because sometimes, media is pushing even more in social media into discriminatory narratives against women. Yes, please. Derek, I'm so sorry, but this is such an interesting panel.
If I may, will share that in the Council of the Magistrate, which is the body that appoints and oversees how the federal justice system works in Argentina. Well, we have worked with a gender lens as one of the prerequisites for those who run for the competitive procedures for justice positions. So if they have not taken the training on the Micaela law, which is a national law where all government agencies and companies must have this training in order to apply for any kind of government position. Well, that was made mandatory for any candidates to justice positions. This Micaela law was a landmark legislation in my country from 2019, where in Argentina, this process began so that everybody and everything has a gender perspective at the justice system and in all government agencies.
This conversation over lunch. Otherwise, I'll not be invited anymore from Derek to moderate summits. So, okay, let's take one final remark. It's not my fault.
Gracias. Voy a aprovechar que ya.
Thank you. Since somebody spoke in Spanish before me, I will speak Spanish. I am a congresswoman from Guatemala, and I was the first female minister of health in my country. I wanted to, first of all, thank you because it is impressive to see so much experience and similar challenges, even though we come from different countries and different continents. But I wanted to ask you whether you have seen any kind of disinformation and misinformation response on gender perspective and the fight for the rights of women in your countries. In the case of Guatemala, which is still a very conservative society, we have tried to have women fight only on abortion or equal marriage rights. So we want to talk about political engagement, the economic rights of women, development of women, and automatically everything gets simplified on those two topics, and they no longer talk about a gender perspective, but in theory a quote-unquote gender agenda. They no longer talk about a fight for human rights, but rather the globalistic agenda that has been imposed on us by George Soros, or the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030 that has been imposed on us by the United Nations. This is happening in Guatemala, and I wanted to ask you if you see the same thing happening in your countries.
This is all about democracy, because what we're seeing now is this struggle between autocracies that are increasing all over the world and democracy, and that's why this is where we need to focus our attention. So thank you very much to all the panelists. Let's give a round of applause. This panel does not even need concluding remarks, because thank you for your very active participation. May I suggest something? That we take a picture of women parliamentarians up here on the stage? Thank you.
And just a quick reminder. Thank you, Val. Thank you all for that. Really was a fantastic panel. I just want to let you know that lunch is right outside where you walked by for the coffee break there. At 2 p.m. we're starting on time, please, because we have a really interesting fireside chat on technology and ChatGPT and all those fun things. I think it'll be really interesting. So please be on time, 2 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for appreciating this. Appreciate it. Great panel.
First and foremost, what we seek is about discussion and about engagement. Work on it all the time to ensure that we have values that's important to building how to have a society that knows what democracy means and how much money and understand opportunities. Take care. I missed the picture. I'm so sad. Oh no! Exactly. Right before the start, they I was going to say in the interview that hold on, I have to tell them that you They're yelling at me, I'm like, who cares? I'm like, yell at somebody else.
Start at 2. Do you have PowerPoint?
I have one.
So do we need the clicker attached? Oh, okay. Because he has a USB thing for that slide thing. Is it video with audio? I think we can accommodate audio. So there's no way you possibly will get. So where is the logo right now? On the drive, not on the desktop? No, that's fine. So how do you want to do this? Just now? Or are we going to come from logo and escape out? And just put this up? Let's play that again. And it's a loop. Okay, fine. So, I guess if we close this, video will be fine. So we could leave the video just, unless you want to start it from the beginning. Put it on all, yeah, back, all of it. So that's ready. If I escape now. So now we can get this done. So you want to help, or you're going to come and do this? Okay. I think if you either minimize or close it, minimize, or, yeah. So when does that happen? During this fireside chat? Okay. So this is fireside next, and then after that we do, okay. And you want to verify if you want to. I haven't, I was gonna let the line, it's either wait here or wait in line. The ladies is to the left and then, yeah, they're on opposite sides. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, well, then, have you talked to anybody about this setup? I have not, no, but this is stuff. Yeah, it's stuff. Good to meet you. Yeah. Thank you. All right. How long have you been? Well, oh, wow. I didn't know you were. Yeah, well, so I work in the United States Foundation. I have exactly. So yeah, the job was this work. Yeah, it's a small world. So what's the doing us like? Analysis, research, yeah, I was there for that conference. Oh, yes. Was the biggest thing. Caroline, Caroline, she was the Yeah, we Yeah, yeah.
Check the sauce.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed a nice lunch. And we will be riveting and exciting up here to ensure that you are awake and excited to go. We've got one fireside chat and 2 panels and 1 break to go. And these are really fascinating topics. And it's my distinct pleasure to have this panel, this fireside chat here. And I want to welcome them and thank Ken Ward for joining us. He is the director of the House Digital Service, which I hope you can share a little bit because I think that's in and of itself a great institution within our Congress, and is an expert, among other things, in civic technology. Many years ago, Ken worked on Capitol Hill, and so he gained an in-depth understanding of the technical and logistical challenges faced by congressional offices. He went on to become a founder and the CEO of a company called Fireside 21, where he was instrumental in the expansion of the company's constituent service products and offerings, as well as their successful adaptation on the Hill. These years of experience gave him a front row seat to the challenges and opportunities of providing services to the legislative branch. Ken, thank you for joining us today. Appreciate it. Over to you.
Thanks, Derek. Welcome, everyone. As Derek mentioned, I'm the director of House Digital Service. It's a new team here in the House of Representatives. Our intention is to bring in modern cloud technology stacks to help us build modern applications rapidly and innovate rapidly. It's all brand new. My whole career has been in and around the House of Representatives, as Derek mentioned, as a vendor, and now here as a government employee. And it's an honor to be here with all of you and with our panel today. This discussion about how to engage citizens in the legislative process will touch on topics of technology and modernization of legislative institutions to best serve constituent needs. You will hear about the role of legislatures in creating access to the legislative process, what hurdles exist in modern institutions, and global challenges and successes in creating tools that work for legislators and citizens alike. Of course, just as how these technologies and strategies can be deployed for democratic purposes, adoptees should be aware and vigilant to how autocrats can use technology to oppress citizens through misinformation and malicious manipulation, and excited to moderate and hear from our panelists today. First, Jared Ford is the Director for Technology and Democracy at the International Republican Institute, where his work supports digital democracy and counters digital authoritarianism. Before joining IRA, Jared served as the Senior Advisor for Digital Technology at the USAID Center for Democracy, Human Rights, and Governance. And before that, Jared spent more than a decade at the National Democratic Institute. Welcome.
Thank you.
And Katie Harbath worked at Facebook for 10 years, where she supported politicians and governments worldwide using the platform. She now has her own company, Anchor Change, where she focuses on technology policy issues. She's also a fellow at the Atlantic Council, a fellow at the Bipartisan Policy Center, and a senior advisor on the IRI Technology and Democracy team, and a former House colleague.
Yes, long time ago.
And welcome back.
Thank you.
Jared, let's start and dive right in. How does the use of digital technology strengthen democratic innovation and citizen engagement?
Great. Thank you, Ken. And thank you to HDP for organizing this conversation. To jump right in, I think most of us recognize the promise of digital technologies and oftentimes the reality to improve democratic civic engagement across a variety of factors. There's access to information, so citizens being able to make informed decisions about their government. There's increased communication, so being able to connect with members, connect with ministers and agencies directly, both outbound and inbound. Increases in transparency, so being aware of government operations and being able to hold them accountable. And another element is crowdsourcing. So that's actually getting citizen feedback into legislative processes. So those are really the strengths and the hope that we all hold up. But we need to recognize that living in a digital society means that government needs to be digital as well. So for government to serve citizens, for citizens to build confidence in government, we need to be increasingly embracing digital approaches. So the democracy and governance community thinks about this across three different pillars. One is managing internal processes. A second is government service delivery. And the third is citizen engagement. So for today's conversation, I want to focus on those last two. So in terms of service delivery, there are a couple examples that I want to raise up, and I would love to hear afterwards in your countries what would be something you'd like to highlight. So for government service delivery, we're looking at portals. So these are one-stop shop for information about ministries, taxes, and services that government can provide. IRI recently worked in Peru to centralize a contact and casework tracking system for citizens to report concerns, track them, and then to understand the status of those reports. So that'd be one example. Government service delivery also looks like digital payments. So getting a lot of folks banked in individual countries means mobile financial services. USAID recently in Cote d'Ivoire worked with the tax agency to ensure taxes can be collected digitally. Not something citizens would be excited about, but hopefully legislatures would be. Another example of this service delivery is digital ID services. So digital ID is controversial in the sector, but the ultimate aim is to ensure that every individual person has one identifying feature, and then government operations can be stacked on that. So once you have a valid ID, you can then approach many different ministries and attain those services. And again, IRI has worked in Mexico with the municipal government to develop a digital ID system in consultation with civil society. So that's on the service delivery side, and happy to delve into that more. In terms of engagement, oftentimes that's the interface between citizens sharing their feedback and trying to influence political processes. So we see that in voter education. We see that in innovation hubs sponsored by governments. So that's actually government-focused investments to ensure that either service delivery or industries are supported, and citizens are a part of that. That's also open data portals. There are many examples from both IRI and NDI. IRI recently worked on an open data portal in the Philippines, looking at government contracting. And then the last example of citizen engagement is political participation systems or services. And I would highlight NDI's DemTools suite, which uses a contact tracking system for strengthening social movements, and they have an election data management tool that have helped parties run internal elections. So you can keep me going on all of these great examples, but this is really where a lot of legislatures need to head when building confidence in government and existing successfully in a digital society.
Thanks, Jared. I love those three pillars, and it aligns very closely to how we think about things internally here in the House and with our House Digital Service and constituents and those three kind of stakeholder categories. So that I see that every day. Katie, what do you see as some of the biggest opportunities for legislators to connect with the public and private sectors to strengthen citizen engagement through innovative technology?
Yeah, also thank you again for everybody who organized this and for all of you for giving us your time. I think there's a lot of interesting ways that this space continues to evolve. My first campaign was 2004, before Facebook even existed. And in the time period between then and about 2015, there was a lot of optimism about how the internet could really democratize and help democracy. And we've certainly seen since then the negative sides of that as well, and we're very much in the process of trying to think about how we mitigate the bad and amplify the good. But I think it's important to remember there are still good parts of using the internet to engage with your citizens. And they're still using social media and various platforms like Facebook or YouTube or Instagram as doing this, but we're also starting to see new tools or new strategies. Working with influencers, for instance. Last year, the White House brought in influencers to talk to them about their legislative priorities. We've been seeing campaigns work with influencers, and so where they will do guest appearances on their accounts or doing videos. That can be ways of thinking about this. Out of a show of hands, how many of you have actually tried any of the new AI tools like ChatGPT or Bing or anything? So I highly encourage you to do so. There was a story today in the New York Times about how campaigns might be using AI. Imagine if your office could take every speech, every press release, everything that you've said publicly, build an AI tool on it, and then ask it to write an email, ask it to write an ad script, that it's learning off of the content that you've already put out there and said. That can save you a lot of time in terms of getting information out to your citizens. It can save your staffs a lot of time of having to do that. And I think there's a lot of exciting features that will be coming down the path with this. I think also, too, is transparency. Using these tools to better help your constituents understand what it is that you are doing day to day, how you are trying to service them, and Jared talked about some of those, of sort of that government accessibility. For instance, there already Portugal and in Costa Rica, those governments are working on building ChatGPT chatbots so that people can put in a question to better understand some of the government services that might be available to them and things of that nature. And so I think we're in a really exciting time of a new era of how technology will be used to engage citizens.
That influencer example, I remember that. Was that TikTokers, and was that the, which initiative was that with the White House?
That's what I was trying to remember. I just said legislative because I couldn't remember.
It was very much influential in helping the bill come to fruition and success. That's incredible. Jared, with all of your various experiences, what are some good practices that are being utilized by international assistance partners in strengthening the link between technology, democracy, and citizen engagement?
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I feel like there's only a handful of people who have sat at each of those organizations, so happy to share some perspective. I think when we're looking at international development assistance, a ton of the work is actually in the enabling environment. So folks really do want to run right away to rolling out a new digital system, but there are several different facets of the environment, sort of foundational elements that need to be invested in. I think we have to start off first with the legal and regulatory environment. I'm going to touch upon each of these. There's an investment in human capacity. There's organizational change management, and then there's ensuring that the infrastructure is in place for a successful rollout of one of these systems. So the legal and regulatory environment, I mentioned before digital IDs. You need laws that allow digital IDs to be a legal unit of identification. For online systems signing off on legal documents, you need digital signatures to be valid. So there's an entire regulatory framework that actually enables whether or not these tools can be in place. Cybersecurity is an important element of the legal environment. Who's responsible for threats? What are the actions that you take? Data governance rules and policies. How do you collect data from citizens? How do you manage it? When do you share it? What does the government do with it? So these are all examples where you need systems in place of oversight even before you start talking about collecting the data that really empower these tools. I think a great example that I saw at USAID was a parliamentary council called the Opening Parliament Council in the Georgian Parliament. And that was made up of MPs across many parties working to ensure that the policies were in place to meet commitments of the Open Government Partnership. So if folks in this room aren't familiar with that partnership, it's a fantastic platform for strengthening democracy in legislative institutions. Both IRA and NDI work with OGP to support parliamentarians and ministries. So that is something for you all to check out. So that's sort of the regulatory environment. In terms of change management, oftentimes you need consistent budget for teams, for staff, for tools. If those budgets are zeroed out every cycle, then you're not having sustained projects or sustained digital processes. Change management also looks at data quality. So almost every technology we're talking about, there's an underlying stream of information or data associated with it. So you actually need a whole process to ensure quality data comes in, it's reviewed, it's updated, and that requires a lot of change in your structure. I mentioned human capacity. 10 years ago, I would work in a couple parliaments. I'm not going to mention the countries here, but for bodies with members over 100, 200 folks, they might have 1 or 2 IT staffers. So they would be running around all day meeting client needs and really not fitting the bill. So you need to staff for these systems. Another element of human capacity is workforce training or workforce skills. So members of parliament, their staff, clerks, all of them need to understand the software, the communication tools, how to analyze the data. So that's sort of a foundational element to making any of these systems successful. And then finally, I mentioned the infrastructure. So a lot of that is mobile connectivity. I think that's the first place for a lot of your constituents to start, but then we can move to broadband. None of these services are accessible if folks don't have mobile phones, broadband connectivity, and then relatedly, digital literacy, but also an understanding of the user experience for the system that you're interfacing with your community. So user experience and design principles are key. I think there are 2 examples I'd like to raise up. One, NDI has a democracy user experience project, which really helps organizations learn how to use tools to enable engagement. And then USAID, for over a decade, has worked on something called the digital design principles, which I would suggest folks look up, which is really how do you make sure that technology is rolled out in an engaging fashion that respects marginalized populations, that is sustainable. So all of those are sort of foundational elements before we even get to the tool you want to use and the impact you want to have. Thanks.
Yeah, again, all of that resonates a lot for me from the institutional perspective. For us here in the Congress, our problems are often not technology, it's getting the different groups working together that have had traditional areas of responsibility. And so as policymakers, making sure that those working groups exist across the organization and those working groups are empowered to impact change is very important. And then I can't stress the budgeting enough. As soon as you build something, you've got an operating cost. And if you want to keep building stuff, you still have R&D cost, and your operating cost increases every time you deliver a new service. Switching gears a little bit, this is really a question for both Jared and Katie, but Katie, to start with you, what do you see as the biggest challenges or barriers in using digital technologies to enhance citizen engagement?
So I think there's a handful of them for sure. I think one is just helping people stay on top of new technology and how to use it, both from a policymaker perspective, but also a citizen perspective of knowing what tools are available and helping them know how to use it. There's a lot of challenges that continue to exist around, mis and disinformation. That's going to become even more challenging with AI. I don't know how many of you saw that fake picture of the Pope in the white jacket, right? And I really wanted that to be true.
Me too.
But it looked good, right? Like, I hope they take a good idea from that and maybe, make it real. But that's going to be a real challenge, and particularly for all of you. AI is not just video. It is images. It's audio. There are scams going around where people are taking the audio from people and trying to get them to give them money and stuff like that. And so the trust is already so low in so many of our institutions, and these new technologies where they have a lot of promise also could potentially continue to erode that trust. And so that is something that you'll have to keep on top of mind of how do you help people to understand what is really you, how do you continue to build up that trust in utilizing these different tools in order to engage with citizens.
Jared, same question around barriers.
Yeah, to build off what Katie shared, I would start back with digital literacy. So access to the technology often has many barriers, and then once folks do have access, how to use it effectively is really a deficit. That means especially marginalized populations aren't represented in democratic processes. So I think that's a key nexus of challenge. The other examples, I think, are the misuse of digital technologies. So the two I would mention are surveillance and then automated decision-making processes. So with surveillance, we saw in the pandemic and increasingly in a lot of authoritarian examples, you have governments collecting immense amounts of data on citizens, monitoring their activities, tracking their movement. If that data is shared with private companies, you're then getting ads sold to you to manipulate your behavior. So there are a lot of issues around privacy, civil liberties, individual agency associated with these tools and the data linked to them. And then, Katie mentions AI. We're seeing it in many different facets of society. But one place where it's already been integrated pretty effectively is in decision-making systems. So that's essentially using algorithms to analyze historical data and actually governments making decisions without a lot of human intervention. So we've seen that in judiciaries, we've seen that in law enforcement, we've seen that in recruitment for jobs. And the problem with those systems is it's often based on biased, non-representative data that can lead to unjust outcomes. Citizens don't have any recourse. So how those systems are used, we need to think about it responsibly. So I'll leave it there.
I think we have time for one more question, and then we'd like to see if there are any questions from the audience. Again, Katie, to start with you, what are you seeing out there? What are the trends you're watching that you expect to emerge over the next 1, 2, 3 years?
Yeah, I think, first and foremost, the one thing I've told everybody, and I very much believe to be true, is that just come 2025, let's even just look a year and a half out, I think the world's going to look very different than what it does today in a lot of different ways. And I can't tell you exactly how that's going to look, but being ready and continuing to get used to this constant change and fluctuations of how people are living, working, communicating is going to be really important. We've talked a lot about AI. My big thing has been also the number of elections happening next year in 2024. Because it is the first time ever that in the same year you're going to have a US presidential election in addition to elections in India, Indonesia, potentially Ukraine, Taiwan, Mexico, the United Kingdom, the European Parliament, and about 55-ish other countries. It's never happened before, and so not only is this a huge geopolitical moment, but it is a lot of fronts for somebody in my space and Jared's space in an online environment of how do we protect those elections online. So you combine that with the rapid increase of AI, new regulation being implemented in Europe. These are the things that I'm keeping an eye on as we go forth over this time period to look at how they might be used both for good but also for bad, and how do we try to mitigate some of those bad aspects.
Jared, what do you see coming up?
Yeah, just quickly, I would raise up information integrity. I think every society that we exist in are having trouble with truth, common data, and honestly, members of parliament like yourselves, your message is getting through to the audiences that you care about. So there are many different ways to attack information integrity as a challenge. One is on the communication side, one is on the platform or medium side, and then on the target audience, and we can have further conversations about that. But I think that is really going to complexify your job in government moving forward.
Well, I'm an optimist. I kind of hope that this pendulum swings so far in terms of us as content consumers that we don't trust anything, and then it swings back to having, very well-trusted sources. And that's really all of you to make sure you're maintaining that integrity.
Yeah.
And so, again, I'm hopeful and optimistic. Derek, do you want to help? Yes. We have a microphone coming up, I believe. Thank you.
I have a related question. I think the politicians in Taiwan, even including our ministry, for example, Ministry of Education, they are also asked to use Facebook, to engage citizens. I think actually it's a low-cost way to engage citizens, to engage my supporter. But the problem is that actually the social platform like Facebook keep changing its policy of visibility. And also many citizens in Taiwan believe that actually the Facebook's headquarters, the way it operates the censorship, is too China-friendly, or it's too, okay. Yeah, so I'm worried, about the situation because Facebook is definitely it's not a Taiwanese company; it's a transnational company. So how would you deal with the issue like this?
Yeah. So just the question is, leveraging Facebook is a great way to connect, but distrust of the algorithms that they're using or the censorship they're using, and how to overcome that.
So I haven't been there for 2 years, so I can't for some, but that's been a constant challenge. All of the platforms are changing their policies quite a bit. The algorithms get tweaked almost every single day in some way, shape, or form in terms of how they're choosing to show content to people. Facebook has, publicly said they're showing less political content to folks and all of that. And so other than trying to stay on top of it as much as you can in terms of that, because I don't think that they're going to change that way. But this is why you do see a lot of regulation trying to require more transparency from these platforms into their decision-making processes and what their policies are. I think that also that you have to make the right decisions for yourselves of what the best platforms are to engage with your citizens. And how people are using internet platforms is changing. It is adapting. And so everybody's going to be a little different depending upon which platforms are more popular in your country. So I can't give a blanket recommendation on that, other than you should be prepared to be constantly reevaluating your online strategies and adapting them depending upon where the market is going and the different changes these platforms are making.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to Katie's vast experience in this area is that there are global coalitions trying to influence what content moderation looks like, what governance looks like on internet platforms. So checking out the Freedom Online Coalition or the Global Network Initiative and finding ways that you can represent your country's interests at multi-stakeholder governance conversations. That's another way to interface with global companies and have them bring pressure to bear to change policies or make consistent policies.
Yeah, and I wouldn't put all your eggs in one basket, right? Because it's changing so much. It's a lot of work, but distribute it and use one platform's leverage to increase your reach on another platform. Here it was Vine, and then it was Instagram, and now it's TikTok, right? Yeah. Facebook was kids, and then it was parents, and now it's grandparents. So you have to expect, as Katie said, these change very rapidly, and so as far as a strategic plan, have more of a broad plan. All right, well...
We're getting the hook.
We're getting the hook. I know it's awesome to be here. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Derek, for the invitation for us all. And it's an honor to be here with you all, and thanks for being here with us.
Thank you so much, very much. Thank you again. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. May I please invite the subsequent panelists and our esteemed moderator to join us on stage. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. We'll get started. It is my pleasure to introduce my former colleague, Kimber Scheer. She serves as the Executive Vice President of the International Republican Institute. She previously served as Vice President for Strategy and Development, where she led efforts on organizational strategy and development, new business and strategic partnerships, and oversaw IRI's Center for Global Impact, which is the Institute's in-house legal counsel. Kimber previously served as IRI's Director for Governance, the Deputy Director for Latin America and the Caribbean, and the Deputy Director for Asia. Prior to joining IRI, Kimber held numerous positions at the U.S. State Department, where she worked in the Office of the European Union and Regional Affairs, and she also served overseas in Georgia, The Hague, and in Azerbaijan. Kimber, thank you for being here. We appreciate your time, and over to you.
All right, there we go. All right, welcome everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Kimber Scheer, and as Derek said, I'm the Executive Vice President of the International Republican Institute, IRI. I am here to moderate this panel on engaging the citizenry to strengthen informed legislative action. This afternoon, you will hear perspectives from 5 distinguished legislators: the Honorable Davis Ansah of Ghana, Honorable Sonia Gutierrez of Guatemala, the Honorable Gail Teixeira of Guyana, and the Honorable Jihan Ahmed of the Kurdistan Parliament in Iraq. We will also soon be joined by Congressman Adrian Smith of Nebraska, who will join us in a few minutes. It's a privilege to moderate this discussion today. And to maximize our time, I'm going to jump right into the discussion with our panelists so that we hear mostly from you. So, the panel is focused on the fundamental role and importance of citizen engagement in the legislative process. As legislators, you are some of the closest government leaders connected to your people. I'd like to start off by asking, what do you believe are the most fundamental duties in your role as parliamentarians in terms of representing your constituencies and the citizens of your countries? So I'm going to call on each of you if you might just give a brief response to that comment. And maybe we'll start with you, Honorable Ansah.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Davis Ansah Opoku. I'm a member of parliament from Ghana and the deputy ranking member for the Public Accounts Committee of Ghana. I'm proud to join in parliament in 2020. I was a civil advocate, led a lot of protests, for want of a word, demonstrations against government and in seeking government to do what was right for the citizens of our country. I was the director of operations for a group called Alliance for Accountable Governance, which led a lot of engagement with government aimed at putting government on its toes and also creating a valve for people to express themselves. So for me, engaging citizens is crucial, especially now that I'm a member of parliament, because for me, and looking at the background of Ghana's parliament, we come from more of the Westminster system, until recently where it became an hybrid of Washington and Westminster, where we derive our powers from the people. So I am because they are, and for me, once I appreciate that fundamental principle, I need to at all times engage them, speak their language, and also be the voice for them, be the valve for them to. So I cherish citizen engagement, and I believe that to be successful as a legislature in Africa, you need to be very close to your people. You need to engage them the more, and it is what they tell you, it is what they want that you sit in the capital to express. So that for me is an appreciation of the fact that my role as a legislature foremost is to express what my people want, and I only get that from active engagement with them.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
So I just want to take a moment to just introduce Congressman Adrian Smith, who has joined us. Welcome. Congressman Smith was first elected in 2006 and is now serving in his 9th term in the House of Representatives. So welcome.
Thank you.
I'll turn it over to you. The question I've just asked the panelists is just talking about, as legislators, congressmen, and parliamentarians, your role is often you are the most connected to the people. So if you want to just maybe offer a comment on kind of what do you believe are some of the most fundamental duties in your role as a congressman in really representing your direct constituencies? So I'd like to offer the floor to you.
Sure, thank you very much. I apologize for my lateness here. Just came from a committee hearing, and one thing that I like to do for my constituents is to make sure that I engage my colleagues through our process just as much as I can. I represent one of the most sparsely populated, or should I say, most widely distributed populations of any district in America, with a very rural and even remote constituency. And as I engage with them, I think it's important. Access is so important, so I make sure that I'm available as much as humanly possible across my district. And with information, if I can't be somewhere in the district, then my staff can be on a pretty regular basis. And so my team and I, we have a strategy to make sure that we've got various events covered and geographically meeting the needs of the district. Obviously, online materials are very accessible. People ask me where's the best place to get the most accurate information, and I say as close to the source as possible. And with today's technology, we can get right from the source, whether it's directly from my office, any statements that I've made, whether it's directly from online sources, from the source itself, whether it's the White House, whether it's other colleagues and committees and so forth. With technology, we've got great opportunity to make sure that information is kept accurate as it is communicated.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Gutierrez, perhaps I could turn it to you to answer the question, if you like.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Before answering, I would also like to thank the organizers for the possibility to be here today, and also greetings to my fellow congressmen and parliamentarians, and especially the Guatemalan delegation, Gustavo, Lucrecia, and Anibal, who make up the delegation together with me. It is very interesting to have this conversation because it enables us to clearly describe the roles and responsibilities that we parliamentarians have. In the case of Guatemala, that's how we, the representatives at the Congress of Guatemala, are called the representatives of the people. But that representation over the past few years, just like we've heard since yesterday and even today, has been kind of undermined by the political leadership in Guatemala. It's been called out and rejected. And that is very hard once you decide to go into politics. Before being a representative, I was engaged in women's organizations doing social activism. And when I took office on January 14th, 2020, that was our idea. That is, first of all, to make this representation count, because what do we understand representation of the people be? It's not just about the citizen to cast their vote, but rather as representatives are given that sovereign power that the people are giving to us. That is a very important notion to grasp. And in the case of Guatemalan government, we have kind of lost that. And when we talk about representation, I believe that the most valuable thing we Congress people have is that interaction with our people. From my point of view, in the 3 years that I've been in the legislature, this is my first time around, I believe that the main role that a parliamentarian has is to listen to their constituents. And that's what we have tried to do. Now, what have we done? Well, in Guatemala, we have two ways of becoming a representative. For the, I think provinces is what some of you call, or districts, and then the federal government. I am a senator for the federal government, and that has enabled us to tour the country, listen to the needs of our people, the demands of our people, and also to see how we can address those demands with actions in terms of legislation, oversight, and, well, the policy that we use in my caucus, which is the WINAC political movement caucus, has been to convey all of our actions. For example, when we call the Minister of Finance or Health or any public official, we convey that, we communicate that, and that has been very well received. It has been very positive because that creates trust, because there's such distrust in the political leadership in Guatemala. We need to do that. And this distrust also permeated the Congress. And also because we want to make our work transparent. I believe that this is a very noble position as long as you are willing to exchange and to listen. And like we heard in our previous panel, technology is a work tool that must be used so we can reach farther and create more trust. So our experience in Guatemala is that it's been quite hard because changing, the image of this politics that has lost its reputation is a very tough job. So we need to transform politics by availing ourselves of these tools that are so useful and that will enable us to change politics.
Thank you so much. Minister Teixeira, I'd like to invite you to give some remarks.
Thank you very much. I think that, and maybe this sounds, everyone knows this, but I believe it's a great honor to be elected to serve our people as members of Parliament. It's an honor we must treat with great respect and dignity, and that we must do everything to hold the trust that people have given us. In my country, we have proportional representation voting, so not first past the post. And some people may say, well, there isn't that direct involvement. For me, as a PR candidate and as a geographic member of Parliament for one of the largest regions in my country, I take that very seriously, that people give the trust to my party and me as a candidate for that particular area. And so it's important for us to also recognize that in this summit of democracy that we're in, and we're in the legislative track, that a well-informed population is critical to building democracy and to preserving democracy, as well as having people engaged and participating in the process of building democracy, whether it's in the problems at the community level, the problems at the government level, that people have to have a say, they have to be involved, they have to be considered. It's not only about listening to people, it's also being able to help people find the right track in terms of getting representation. Maybe in the United States, and maybe Mr. Smith, coming from a population that's scattered, if I understand you correctly, is that we in the developing countries in many cases have connectivity issues. And so we can't rely, there is still a digital divide between, in some of our countries, between those that are more urbanized and the far interior where many of the indigenous people live and rural people live, that we still have a responsibility to not rely on technology to do the work for us. We cannot rely on that. You do have to get off your butt. You do have to get in a boat. You do have to go 90 miles up a river. You do have to see people. And I don't know about the culture in the United States or more developing countries, but while I'm here in Washington, my constituency, which is, as I said, an interior region, sending me messages about whether the drugs have arrived at the airstrip or whether the school textbooks have arrived and whatever, and they're happy to have that direct link to try to solve problems. But the culture of our people, and you have to take culture into consideration, is that for our culture, no matter how much Facebook you have, how much connectivity, how much email, They want to look in your eyes, and they want to shake your hand. They want to touch. I don't mean inappropriately, but they want to shake your hand. They want to know that you're human. They want to look in your eyes and see, are you to be trusted or not? We're still in that very connected, if you want to call it that, not digitally collected, but connected. If you as a politician, I remember one year, just to try to close this point, one year my political party decided, we're going to copy the American primaries. Mistake, absolute mistake. We put on technology, we put on the big music, we put on the big, we copied you guys. And our people said, hell no. What is this? We don't recognize these people anymore. And so our votes dropped. We became a minority government with the largest numbers, but in government, but a minority government. And never will we do that ever again. We will use technology, we'll use the digital, all the fancy things, but you better make sure that you go out to every community, you shake every hand, you take when they curse you, they take when you tell you off, and they take when they ask you, please explain this concept, please explain. And you serve, and you serve, and you serve. That is what you're there for. If you don't like the job description, don't take it.
Thank you. All right, over to you, Honorable Ahmed. I would like to offer you the floor.
Thank you so much. Good evening and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Yantar Ahmed. I'm from the Kurdistan region of Iraq. Firstly, I wasn't supposed to be in panel, but unfortunately my colleagues couldn't get visa and they couldn't come here. So I'm trying to do my best. I wasn't planned to be here. We know that it is very crucial to reflect people's choice in laws. I'm a daughter of a Peshmerga who was in Kurdistan resistance in 1960. My father lost his life in Kurdistan struggle for freedom in 1991. I remember my father always telling us that we must now fight for freedom of our region with our guns. But one day will come that when your pen will become a powerful weapon to defend our achievement. So now we've shed a notion of blood to get current entity, and we've suffered a lot. We've got now a parliament, and which is established in 1992, and it's very important for us to receive people's demand and to do what they want, because they are, I remember my father said that I'm not fighting for myself, I'm fighting for a new generation, the generation of after us, I'm fighting for them. So these current generations are those who are living because of their people's like my father's sacrifice. They sacrifice their life for them. So it's important for us to be with people and to listen their voice and to contact with them. Let me briefly talk about Parliament, Kurdistan of Parliament, which is established in 1992, in the first free and fair election ever held in Kurdistan region in any part of Iraq. This was made possible by the no-fly zone created by the US, UK and France. Above the 36th line of latitude, which prevented attacks by Saddam Hussein's forces. There are 111 seats in parliament, in 2009, several amendments were made to Kurdistan election to increase the Kurdistan election to increase the inclusiveness of all groups. The minimum age of parliamentary candidates was lowered from 30 to 25. The legal minimum quota of female MPs was increased from 25% to 30% of the legislators, while seats had already been reserved in previous elections for minority communities. For the Christians and Turkmen parties, this was increased to 5 seats for each and 1 seat for Armenian parties. The Kurdistan Parliament is led by the speakers, who is assisted in their duties by deputy speakers and secretary. Both the speakers and the Kurdistan parliaments of the Kurdistan parliaments and its secretary are ladies. That's why I could proudly say that the region is pioneer in Middle East by participating women in very high level of political decision making. The Kurdistan Parliament has its own television that broadcasts all its sessions live, and people can watch how their representatives vote and negotiate about a draft law. According to Kurdistan Parliament's rules of procedures, there are parliament's offices in all provinces of the regions. All MPs are asked to be in there every Sundays to receive people and to listen their demand and problems. In addition to them, on every official working days, Parliament welcome people welcome there and to convey, they come there to convey their demands. Also, MPs conduct field observations of the work of public sectors departments in all provinces. MPs work to meet the interests of citizens by communicating with their constituents directly to find out their problems and suffering, and to coordinate with the concerned authority to find effective solution to them.
Honorable Sir Ahmed, I'd like to just ask one question to Congressman Smith before he's about to go, if that's okay. Yeah. So Congressman Smith, one question specifically for you is, one of the key, I think, roles for you and your staff is to responding and processing and so I should say receiving, processing, and responding to citizen requests, whether they be requests to you, comments, complaints about things going on in their local communities. We sometimes refer to this as casework, which is not necessarily something that translates so easily to other parliamentary offices. I'd like for you perhaps just to offer a little bit about how that's done in your office, but the importance of that key role that you and your staff do in really being able to show responsiveness to those types of inquiries that come in, whether it's by phone, by mail, snail mail, email, and other telecommunication ways. So if you could speak to that.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, my team to handle casework, so say that someone has a concern about the Veterans Affairs Agency of perhaps healthcare or Social Security and a benefit from that agency. These are vast agencies, and especially these days where we have a worker shortage, a lot of the phone calls go unanswered for a time. And so it's even more important now that my staff can engage with some of their knowledge, and they work hard to gather that knowledge, and they get really good at handling the casework. And I wish that casework wasn't necessary for my team and for constituents, but it is. And it is something, though, that when handled appropriately, you get better at it and more efficient. And then certainly constituents are more appreciative of that. You know, it could be a passport issue, too, that someone has a delay in getting their passport. And so my staff has been helpful with that. It's important that we meaning our delegation from Nebraska, we have 3 members of the House of Representatives. Of course, then every state has 2, so there are 5 of us in our delegation. My staff works very well with fellow members of our delegation, and over the years that's been regardless of political affiliation as well, because we just need, especially being a small state, we want to afford our constituents just as much access, as I mentioned earlier, as possible. And so constituent casework is important. And many Nebraskans have the opportunity to travel to Washington as well, so I make it a high priority to meet with them. We also have a tradition for Nebraska. We have a delegation breakfast. So this morning, it happens to happen on Wednesday mornings when both the House and the Senate are in session. We host a breakfast. We only provide the coffee, but we invite Nebraskans who are in town for whatever reason to join us. We in the delegation give an update of what's happening, what we are working on within our own portfolios, and then introduce our guests. And I think this morning we had 70 Nebraskans, not bad, and it gets much larger than that actually, visiting Washington. And it's especially rewarding now that we're post-COVID and able to interact again in person. As mentioned earlier, technology should not replace in-person meetings. That's, as it was mentioned, looking in the eyes one to another is absolutely important. I'm kind of zoomed out, so to speak. I'm a little bit tired of Zoom meetings, but they are still necessary. I think they should enhance communication, not replace in-person communication, because it is, like I said, very important that we meet our constituents face-to-face, whether they travel here or I like to meet them where they are out across the wide open spaces of Nebraska's 3rd District. So thank you for having me. I apologize that I need to get back into our committee hearing, but it's about workforce issues and we've got a lot of work to do. So,
wonderful. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Yes. All right, I'd like to offer the rest of you an opportunity to maybe share some experiences about how you and your staff, how do you communicate, particularly outside of the capitals, because I presume that's where you're based, that's where your parliaments are. If you maybe just want to share some examples of the best practices that you do to really be able to get back to your districts or get back to your locales or to be able to receive information directly. So maybe I'll start with you.
Right, so the meeting days of our parliament is structured that Mondays are usually out, and for instance, I drive some 2.5 hours from the capital to my constituency. So usually Friday evenings I'm in the constituency to engage with my people. What I've done is that since becoming a member of parliament, I've set up a constituency office where I use for surgeries. So usually Monday mornings, people come into my office and they let me know their concerns. And it's interesting, and listening to Congress member, you realize that people come to him for passport and all of that. From our part of the world, if you're a member of parliament and you represent the people, you answer virtually every problem of theirs. I mean, people want you to pay their fees, people want you to. So as much as possible, we try to engage them at the constituency office. What I've done is that regularly, on a monthly basis, I also pay for space on local media radio stations. And I sit there, the phone-ins come with their concerns. I try to answer, I try to pick their concerns and send it back to the appropriate ministries and agencies and all of that. And I really believe in community engagement. So I've decided that every quarter I'm going to go around the entire constituency, engage the chiefs, religious leaders on their concerns. I mean, people want to listen to you as their legislature. They want to hear from you what is going on in the capital, what is happening in parliament, very topical parliamentary issues. What is your take on it? One thing that I have done, which I believe is working so well for me, is the use of technology. Of course, I mean, you cannot replace technology with the face-to-face interactions. But for instance, if you look at the platform that I usually use in Ghana, WhatsApp tops all. So what I've done is that I have a broadcast list of virtually every person, whether be it party person, be it a normal voter. I have a broadcast list of them. So whatever happens in Accra, I do a small write-up, attach pictures to it, blast it to them so that they have a feel of it, even within their constituency. Usually, I have a very big constituency. So if you are in one part of the constituency, others do not really see what you are doing in the other side of So I employ the usage of Facebook, which is very, very popular in Ghana, to inform my constituents as to what is going on. Because they want to hear from you. They have bad roads. They do not have any social contract with the municipal chief executive. It is you, the member of parliament, that they voted for you, and they want an answer from you. So constantly they tell you. So I'm on. If I'm to show you my WhatsApp platform, you realize that I have over 100 WhatsApp groups that I join, and many of them, people want to hear from you. They put in a question, they prompt you that they've asked the question on the platform, and they want you to engage. But I realize that we also have issues of connectivity. If you are in Ghana, we have about 52% of the population of internet penetration. Clearly, 48% of the population are denied access. So what do we do? And that is why, for me, it is instructive that if you really would want to serve the people and serve them well, you don't rely on just both the new media and the traditional media, but you get close to them. Every Sunday, if I am in the constituency, I have to visit the church. And once the member of parliament is at the church or the mosque, you are given an opportunity, 5-10 minutes, to address the gathering. And if they have any concerns, they inform you. So that makes your role as a legislature participatory. I mean, it gets them involved. They appreciate what you are doing and all of that. It also has its other side. I mean, it exposes you a lot to attacks, and people feel that, I mean, once they see you, that should be the end of their challenges. But of course, I mean, that is the kind of work. Whilst we work at changing the mindset that if you're a member of parliament, you only represent and speak for and on behalf of the people in the big house, we must continue answering their needs in that regard. And in many instances, that has led to probably some persons engaging in corruption. Because if you really do not have the means to answer the demands of your people, then you are losing your seat. And people want to do everything humanly possible to be able to hold on to their seats. So it brings a lot of, unless you have other sources of employment. And these are the challenges that we face in our country. But to surmount these challenges, we need to engage in broader consultation. We need to engage educate the populace, let them understand that there's a difference between a member of parliament and the chief executive, whose role is to champion development. And once the people get that, I think it solves a greater part of the problem. Unlike the US, where mayors are elected, in our place, mayors are not elected. They are appointed by the president. So they are seen as a representative of the president in a particular constituency. So people do not have that social contract with them. They don't have that direct connection with them. They owe them nothing. Chief executives are only answerable to the president and not the people. Unlike members of parliament who go around and sometimes you promise things that probably maybe you cannot even do, but you have to ensure. And it is largely because during election years, it is only the parliamentary candidate and the presidential candidate who goes around to sell the manifesto of the party. So I get to an area, I tell them that when my party wins, I'm going to make sure that this school, we receive a lot of infrastructure. But that is not my primary role. But because I have gone to say it, and speaking for and on behalf of the party and to ensure that you win the major political power, it now behoves on you to ensure that these things are done, and it's a bit challenging. That is the pressures that we go through if you're a member of parliament in Ghana and Africa at large.
Thank you so much. Honorable Gutierrez, would you like to offer?
Okay, well, I mentioned some of the actions we have been taking, And I think I would like to mention two examples of how we came closer to our constituents. First, our caucus focuses on advocating for the human rights of the most vulnerable sectors of our population. Unfortunately, that includes us women, indigenous people, the youth. And one of the mechanisms that we've used to listen to the demands from this sector with support, in this case from NDI, is to create roundtables. We go to different, what we call departments in our country, listening to women's organizations so we can understand what the most pressing needs are and how we're going to address them. This has led us to have a direct engagement with them and to have a legislative agenda that, of course, is not up to just us, the representatives from the opposition, because we are a minority, but rather it has to go through all 160 representatives, where unfortunately there's a majority that does not perceive these topics as a priority. But the most important thing is this mechanism that we have to listen to our constituents. The other example, and it has to do with technology, is that Guatemala has a technology whereby live sections are streamed live. But what happens is that not everything that happens in the room is made public. For example, when we were voting to expand some emergency measures because of the pandemic, the Guatemalan constituents did not want to approve this state of emergency because it had become a negotiation and political consensus mechanism that was not going to help. So during a voting, the representatives from the opposition put up a vote for over 30 minutes and it did not end. So the speakers, the Congress was saying, "What are you doing? Why are you not voting?" The problem was that the population was not perceiving this as the right thing to do because some other mechanisms were being used. And, of course, that was not streamed or broadcast, so it was perceived as shady. So we started doing this live streaming, and that created such fury in our population because they were using those mechanisms that, like I said, are not well perceived when you have a political leadership that the population does not trust. So like I said, these are tools that at the end of the day enable us to put at the service of our constituents so that we can understand how these technological tools will help us be more transparent. So from all of this, like my colleagues said before me, it's important to talk about advantages, but challenges as well, like my colleague said. For example, how we have seen a twisted perception on the roles of us representatives. We're legislators, we pass laws, but the reputation has been twisted because the representatives are perceived as, what kind of job am I going to get from the representative? What kind of benefit am I going to get? And that's not part of our role. And it's a huge challenge because it has become very client-based. And on the other hand, in the case of Guatemala, there is some sort of authoritarian figures. The democratic spaces have kind of closed up. We representatives from the opposition have been silenced and limited. So democracy, in theory, should enable everybody to be heard, the majority, the minority, but that is not happening in my country. So authoritarianism, which is one of the threats that we see in our regions, is also being suffered and seen in Guatemala. So I believe, and this is what I was saying a few minutes ago, we do need the political leadership, regardless of their political parties, to understand that there is a right that has to be respected. And obviously, as representatives of the people, we cannot deny that. So these are important things where we have a main role to play, and we parliamentarians, in this case the legislative branch, must contribute so that we can truly see democracy prevail. Democracy, not only in terms of, the qualitative aspect, that is to say to be heard, but also in quantitative terms. Nowadays, the Congress in Guatemala has only 19% of women. Indigenous people do not even get to 10%. So there is no full democracy unless we are all represented. And that is what undoubtedly is a major challenge. Thank you.
Okay, Minister Teixeira, would you like to offer some examples?
Maybe I can come at two different things, in addition to what my friend from Ghana said and Guatemala. I think as parliamentarians, how we use Parliament itself, the standing orders, the mechanism of Parliament to reach our people and to inform our people. And so it's not only about us being out there doing representational work, it's about using Parliament. You go out to communities, issues are raised, you bring a question into the House to a minister if you're in the opposition. I mean, the government, backbenchers on the government side can ask ministers questions. And so to people also see that you did take up the issue at a higher level, the use of the motions in the House to debate critical concerns of people, the issue of special select committees, of public hearings, and hearings on major issues that are controversial. This is where you also have people buy in. The live streaming of Parliament, the live streaming of the budget debates, the consultations on the preparation of the budgets. These are all ways in which people interact with parliamentarians and with ministers. And then you have your external work where draft bills, in my government, a draft bill cannot go to cabinet unless, as a minister, you're able to report that you have met relevant stakeholders, you've had consultations. If you haven't, it goes back down, and you have to start again. Any bill. So we've had a post-2020 elections, which Guyana, I think, like my friends in Gambia, have had the history of the longest wait for election results. For us was 2020, we are the two countries that have that notoriety, that we had to bring electoral laws to reform and try to close the lacunas. That went through a series of discussions with people and with stakeholders. And so it's not only representation, because there'll always be issues you have to address, and you must address, and it's important that there's follow-up. So if you promise people you're going to look into issue, they must know that you did, and you did try. It's also government policy that there must be respect amongst the MPs and ministers, that if an MP is requesting assistance, the relevant minister of the same side is supporting it and cooperating, because you're all doing one thing, and that is to make your government look good. You want to get elected again. I mean, this is not a tea party. This is politics. And so it's very important that every piece holds together and recognize the importance. The involvement of people in major policy directions, I think that sometimes we underestimate how our people understand and participate and have strong views on major policy directions. For us, we had the Low Carbon Development Strategy 2030. Guyana is one of the last remaining intact rainforests in the world. It is one of the carbon sinks, providing oxygen to the world, and therefore we had consultations across the country, across all the areas, to explain to people why we have to have a carbon resilient economy, why we are going to have a mixed energy strategy with fossil fuels, which were only discovered in Guyana in 2015, but also dealing with solar, etc., etc. These are not simple issues, nor are they ones like oil and gas simple And so this issue of consulting, working, informing, and dialoguing with people is critical, not just for the stability of any government, it's also important, again, for creating resilience for democracy. My whole thrust, having for 28 years been fighting for free and fair elections in my country until we got them in '92, is to make sure we don't go back, that there's no reversal on democracy. And in 2020, we were on the precipice, and if it weren't for the United States government, the British, the Canadian, the European, the Commonwealth, the CARICOM, the Organization of American States, we wouldn't have survived, including having the recount of our votes. And so solidarity too is important, and being able as members of parliament to share experiences. And so I think one of the things we've lost out on as parliamentarians, we go to different parliamentary meetings, IPU and maybe Power of Americas I haven't been to, but they have sent me here today, thank you. And that is that the kind of robust discussions we have of actually what are some of the difficulties we encounter as MPs, and also the risk in our countries of reversals. The risk of reversals, and how do we, across the board, wherever possible, try to prevent the reversals of democracy in any of our countries, and particularly those of us who are from South America have had a long history of struggle for democracy in the 80s, 70s and 80s. This is extraordinarily valuable. And so maybe those kind of dialogues on, are we facing reversals? And if we are, how are we going to stop it? How are we going to stop the decline and to be able to ensure the democracy prevails in our countries? So that's a mouthful, thanks.
Thank you, Minister. All right, Honorable Ahmed, would you like to offer some thoughts on how you engage your citizens most directly?
Thank you so much. I personally use every single kind of platform to engage with citizens, either social media or field observation or communicating face-to-face. As a chair of Dohuk office of Kurdistan Parliament, every week in the office I meet people there, and I listen to them and their problems. I schedule agenda for myself, a program for myself to see people in villages. For instance, by the help of local government, I schedule to meet people in 1 week, each 5 villages in 1 week, to collect them in a place and speak with them, so they can speak with myself fluently and freely. I said that maybe they cannot speak to local government. They cannot talk about their problems with local governments. So I have to listen them by myself. So I went to the villages each day to 5 or 6 villages. I collected them in one places and talked to them. At the end, they told me, this is the first time that we see MP is coming to us and talking to us. So we will decide that next election we will just elect women, not men, because there is a lot of men in parliament, but we don't see any men coming to us and talking to us. It's very important for us to see them because we elected them. If the more you connect with them, the more you see them, the more you realize which field there is a legal gap. So if you realize the legal gap, you can work as an MP for that to solve the problem. Let me tell you 2 examples. People that I met, 90% of the people complained about the lack of justice in the payment of pensioners. And that's why we decided to pass a law called the Reform Law, so which reduced the salaries of senior pensioners by 50%, including our MP's salary. That's the first time that in history of Kurdistan Parliament MP doing this to themselves. So people told us, are you crazy? You reducing your salary by 50%? But most of the people were happy with that. They said, okay, this is the kind of justice, the kind of equality. Also, it about the corruption. So we decided to find a way how to combat the corruption. There were people who had more than 5 salaries, fake employees, 2 salaries, 4 or 5 salaries. There were fake employees. This goes to the lack of e-government. So the government system was a cliché system. We decided to prepare a biometric system. So in this way, the fake employees will be discovered. And this made people very happy. And they said, okay, we see some change in our system. That's true that there is external and internal challenges to serve people, to do whatever we want, to be the high level of to have the high level of democratic system. But we do as we can to do, and we do our best for the peaceful and the happiness of the people.
That's great. Thank you so much. All right, I'd like to pivot to another element with regard to the media. So it's another critical avenue for you to be able to inform your citizens about your work, but also the work of your parliaments, can be through the media. But we do know that there's a unique sort of what we call give and take relationship between access, right, to the media, to you, and to your work. I'd like to ask each of you about sort of your views on how the media can be helpful to you, particularly, again, as a vehicle to get out that message away outside of the capitals, and that can be through TV, radio, whatever type of thing is sort of most common in your countries. But just a little bit of comment about how the media can be helpful, or how have they been helpful in some of your efforts to get information to your citizens. So let's start with you.
All right. From where I'm coming from, the media is key. I mean, especially the traditional media. And if you're a politician and you want to be very effective, you need to employ media in how you go about your business. So in Ghana, virtually every week, I appear on about 2 to 3 media stations, and I do so largely because, especially the TV stations, you have constituents who watch you, and at the end of the program, they send you messages to tell you that, they watched you and you did well and all of that. It provides you an avenue to connect with them. So for an issue comes up about education. It's a national topical issue that is being discussed. But when I am on radio or I'm on TV, I try to localize it. So I mention communities in my place that need school buildings, or students in my place that need support from government and all of that. So media is key. And the second bit is that in the constituency, especially, you cannot be everywhere at all times. So the only means you reach a large group of people is to use the media. And that is why, for me, in every activity of mine, the media is present. Be it engaging students, I invite the media to come and cover it. I'm engaging market women, I invite the media to come and cover it. Engaging religious group, I invite the media to come and cover it. Because there may be 1 or 2 issues that you raise at the meeting that may be beneficial to the entire community. So for me, media is key. If you really would want to succeed. But they also demand certain things from you. So you'll be sleeping, 6 a.m. news, media stations will call you as a member of parliament. You cannot turn them down. because they are the avenue that you use to reach your people. So when they call you for news, you also must be readily available to address their concerns. Then we sometimes use the print media, which for me is still relevant in my part of the world. Then the online platforms. You generate stories, ensure that it is on the online platforms, and that reaches the younger generation. I mean, if the youthful constituents that you have, I mean, they are always online. They don't buy the newspapers, but he wakes up in the morning, I think before even touching the Bible, the most important thing for him is his mobile phone, just to see what is trending and what is being discussed in the media. So we use virtually all the platforms, and I don't know if I can touch on social media. Yes. Post-COVID, I mean, during COVID, we realized that social media was key, I mean, to whatever we do. In Parliament, we introduced what we call the e-Parliament, where sittings were being streamed online for members of Parliament and also for the general public to have a feel of how parliamentary proceedings are. It's been relatively successful. I mean, on an average, you have about 2,000 to 3,000 people online monitoring what MPs are doing, contributing in the comment sections, and all of that. So personally, I realized that it was so key. So I bought a Mevo, and in all my engagement, I also stream online on my pages. So you get people who do not even live in the constituency, but maybe hail from the constituency, getting to appreciate what you are doing. But the challenge that we have faced, and I realize that government and Parliament seems to be investing heavily in trying to provide infrastructure for the e-Parliament system and all of that. But the capacity of members of Parliament to appreciate the importance of social media and even the application of same has been a challenge. When we got to Parliament, every MP was given an email address, every MP was given a tablet, but hardly do you see people use their email addresses or use their tablets. So probably maybe that is one area where governments or parliaments must focus on, not just building the infrastructure, but building the capacity of members of Parliament to appreciate the importance of it. I mean, I always tell my colleague MPs that if you do not create a Facebook account, somebody sitting somewhere will create an account in your name and use it for bad purposes. People are duping people on social media because MPs fail to open an account, and I have all my accounts verified. So when you come to me and you tell me somebody used my name to dupe you, I ask you, was the account verified? He said no. I said, then that is not my account. But if I did not have an account, clearly I might have misled the general public. So they expect us to have such avenues, and for me, it brings some credibility and opens up for them to have an access to you as a parliamentarian. I linked my Facebook account to a WhatsApp account, and day in, day out, you receive messages from constituents, you receive messages from the general public telling you issues of topical in your country, not just demanding stuff from you, but they want you to adopt this position and use it on the floor of Parliament or even during voting. This is what they expect of you. And I think it's been brilliant. So the use of media in our parliamentary work is so crucial. It's not something that you can joke with.
Thank you so much. Honorable Gutierrez, and feel free to speak about both traditional media but also social media and things that in your country.
Well, when it comes to the first part, when we're talking about traditional media, in Guatemala, well, we don't expect much from them. There's a monopoly of the TV, open TV, radio stations. So our party, our caucus, and the role that we've played as part of the opposition, we've really been almost banned from the media, and this is because of the work that we've done. Our candidate for the presidency right now actually was taken to trial a few years ago specifically because he dealt with the corruption of some of the elites and a few businesses. So our caucus has also promoted the democratization of the media, for example, community radio, because the Guatemalan state owns the radio spectrum, but the monopoly has used it. So that radio spectrum must be equally distributed. Our caucus has pushed for this. So, meaning we have gone against the interests of the elites, and it's no coincidence then that we're not allowed access to the media, so we don't really expect much. So what we've done then has really worked via alternative media sources. We see this as a very good opportunity to do the work that we do. I think that this has been our main working tool. When it comes to what we do in Congress, we write newsletters to inform our citizenry, our voters, of the work that we do on a weekly basis. And we also broadcast, like I was saying a minute ago, and this has helped us to talk about these topics that are of interest. I think that technology and the technological revolution that we've seen can work in our favor so that we can do our work. So we have been more inclined to use other mechanisms, alternative communication mechanisms, and that hasn't limited us. Actually, quite the contrary, I think it has been quite helpful in the work that we do. And especially, I think that the work that our voters see is that we work closely with them. There is trust there, and people begin to understand that. I think that if we as MPs are able to properly use these tools, that we also have a lot to contribute in that area so that we can uphold democracy, which in our country and our region are currently under threat. And so I think that the work we do in that regard is very important.
Minister Teixeira.
The official media in Guyana is majority privately owned. So that basically you have the government media under one corporation, which is the written media, the television and the radio, and then everybody else is private. So there's several private television stations, radio stations, written newspapers, and what you have are the new, what they call internet news services, which are not regulated by the broadcasting authority, because they're not broadcasting. So they're not regulated, and there's a lot of, we've talked about it earlier in the meeting here today about misinformation, disinformation. One asks clearly with the official media is that they're fair and balanced. I would not want media to be just copycatting the government or being sycophantic. But at the same time, I do want, as a politician, to be fairly treated and the government's policies and programs. And so many times it's the lack of imbalance, the lack of fairness that is a problem, not the lack of comment. The media has a right to comment, has a right to make fair expressions, but also what is becoming, I noticed something in our media in Guyana, is that the media attacks and makes very, very many times incorrect allegations or deductions. And when a politician answers, it is then a question of that the politician's been accused of stifling freedom of expression. But freedom of expression is for everybody. It's not just for the media. It's for the politicians too. It's for everybody. And so what is becoming fashionable, I don't know about anywhere else, is that now once you answer as a politician, as a member of parliament, as a minister, things that are incorrectly being reported, whether by an internet news media, Facebook, or official media,
in the private sector that you are then said to be not supporting freedom of expression. But the freedom of expression, too, is a right for us. We're elected. We're the only people who are elected in the country. So we do have the power of being not elected and power of being elected. And we're the only ones that have to go to get people to vote for us. The media doesn't have to, the priests don't have to, the imams don't have to, the pandits don't have to, the private sector doesn't have to. We, the members of parliament and our political parties, have to go and get people to vote for us. And therefore there must be something in that as well. So yes, I would like a fair media. And clearly in my country, the WhatsApp is really a powerful tool. Actually, Facebook is very popular, of course, but WhatsApp in terms of communication has become a very powerful tool. And just to give you a joke, a couple of years ago, we were not connected as a country. There are many parts of the interior where we're not connected, and you would be traveling from one village to another through savannas and things like that, and you'd see these poles sticking up in the savannah, which is like a plain with scrub grass, and it would have like a can on it, like a pop can or a bottle for drinks. And that was a signal that the people said was a sweet spot. You just stop there and wave your phone and you'd pick up the signal. So we've moved a bit from that. We've got better in terms of connectivity, but there's still parts you might have to walk out of a village for 2-3 miles to reach what we call the sweet spot. And the sweet spot meaning where you hold your phone up and you try to get your signal. But the Facebooks are very important for creating now what is citizen reporters. So citizens are actually sharing what's going on in areas where there is no official media, there's no reporter out there, but they would let you know accidents and disasters, human stories that need assistance. And so they become a very important tool, not just for the media, the official media, but more so for government in terms of trying to remedy issues and problems that occur in faraway areas where you may not be there all the time. So it's positive and it has negative consequences, obviously.
Thank you, Minister. All right, Honorable Ahmed, I'm going to give you the final word, please.
Thank you. Before that, I used to be, before saying that, I used to be journalist. I know how journalists and working in the field. And I was the first female journalist in my city. We know that press in general and journalists in we say that it is the fourth power. We've got my judicial power, we've got legislative power, and we've got executive power. And the press in general is the fourth power. They've got very crucial effect in society. Social media, press, every kind of field of journalism. Let me tell you an example. In a local government, there was a problem in the public sector, and one activist in social media make a short video in that sector, and he published it in social media. Less than 1 hour, more than 5,000 people shared it. So how it's important, we have to take immediate action, to take responsibility to solve the problem. You have, as MPs, you have to know whether it is true or not, to be in contact with local government, with government itself, and we have to be aware of social media, to follow up every day, every single hours. I personally do that. It's a quite difficult job, but I do that because it is important for us to know what's going on in social media, since they have a very effective, powerful effect on the society. That's why I said that it is important. We have to be connected with the media in general. Some medium, unfortunately, they work as a fifth column. You know, national security comes the first. for every single countries. And we as a Kurdistan people, Kurdistan region, you know, we are surrounded by enemies. So we have to be careful what is said in social media, what is said in media, what is said in press, and we have to be careful and to be aware of all these things. Some medias have negative effect on the government and the region, and they work for enemies, purposely or unpurposely. They directly or indirectly they work for that. And we say that it's a fifth column. Maybe you know about that. That's why they have negative and positive effect on society.
Wonderful. Well, I hope that you will please join me in thanking all of our panelists for your thoughtful and candid remarks, and join me with a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kimber. I'd ask you to please stay seated because we're going to have a very brief conversation / announcement about tomorrow afternoon. I know there were some questions, and we just want to make sure you all fully understand what's at play to participate in Thursday afternoon for the events at the White House-led Summit for Democracy program. So if you'd like to take your seats, please do, but just please stay listening. And what we'll do is we'll put the program up on the screen for you to just properly follow along. Thank you. And Frida, please.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for staying seated during your break for just a few minutes. So I've talked to some of you about this, but tomorrow, after our official programming ends here, there will be an afternoon of programming for the official White House Summit for Democracy. So the event itself is focused on democracy and technology. It takes place all afternoon tomorrow. We have registered all of you to attend. It is optional. It's completely up to you if you want to attend. The event itself is going to be at the Washington Convention Center. So it's sponsored by the White House, but I just want to make clear it is not at the White House. In order for everybody to get to the event on time, we need to probably remove our last panel of our agenda from tomorrow's program. So I know many of you have told me that you do want to go to these events. Think about it. We will provide transportation from the event venue that we are going to be at tomorrow to the Washington Convention Center, and then again from the Washington Convention Center to the Intercontinental Hotel. So we'll take care of transportation. The one thing is that we had planned for lunch to happen after our programming concluded. We will not be able to do a formal lunch tomorrow in order to get you here on time. So a couple, it's a little bit of a shuffle, but I wanted to kind of make sure that folks are clear. Nate, can you scroll down? So I want to show you the agenda for tomorrow. It goes from 12:30 to 5:45. So basically you'd end here, and we won't be in this physical space, but you'd end with us, and then we would transport you over to the Washington Convention Center. You would, Nate, scroll. Here's who's speaking tomorrow. And it's similar to what we've been doing here together. It's panels, it's remarks. You would be participating as spectators. And the sessions themselves go through the afternoon. So you would end around 5:30. And then, and we would say goodbye to each other here in this formal setting. And you would have the afternoon of events to choose from. So it's up to you again. I've spoken to many of you who do want to attend. Is there anyone who is not planning to attend, just so I can get a sense? Okay, how many are not attending? Okay, not planning to attend at all. Not. And who is planning to attend? Yes. Okay, so it's about half and half. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, you want to go, yes. Okay, so what we'll plan to do then is for those who want to go, we're working to make sure that you have a boxed lunch of food that you can bring with you to the convention center. And for those who stay, then we'll be able to provide you with lunch. I've put this information in your soft copy of your briefing materials, so you have it. I apologize that it's not translated, but you have this information. Think about it. You have the option to go or not, but we will be ending a little bit earlier tomorrow in order to accommodate those who would like to go. Okay? So tomorrow we'll be together in the morning starting at 9, and then we will go until about 11:15. At 11:15, we'll wrap up our last panel and send everyone who wants to go to the Washington Convention Center for these events. And we will have staff. Aiden, raise your hand. Aiden will go with you, and Alana as well. I don't see Alana, but that's the current plan. Okay? Excellent. And we can talk more about it over your break. Yes. 4:10. So we have about 15 minutes for a coffee break. There's coffee and tea and refreshments out in the hall. And then we will start at 4:10, our last panel for the day. Bring your energy. And we'll end strong. Thanks, everyone. Okay.
It'll be good.
Set up tonight, right? I mean, I think our tech guys have already talked about set up. Is that all right? Yeah, looking forward to it as well. All right, now have a good night. There's a ballot. As long as they know, so just say that. And we spoke, we're going to modernize the state here. And tear down. We're going to take down the banners and have who you guys in the staff department? You did? Yeah. That's quite the sound. Yeah, hey, nice to meet you, I'm Nate. So what kind of? Yeah. It was a partially residential short house. That I am forever mad at Mira Bowser because she, yeah, voter out was in my class, who like towed, just towed from tow yard, and then we were told we had X amount of days to get it. We went to get it, we had to organize everything to get it to her. She was picked up to a mechanic to get something fixed, to an admission center to pass the admission test, and then to get it registered. And then that all kind of happened in 24 hours for it to sit anywhere. And so we finally got all of that in a row lined up. Went to the tow yard, and we always scrapped out and never called us. They should have received a letter and a phone call and all this stuff. Never told us. Money down the drain.
Have you ever gone to Trust
Didn't pay much for it.
Yes. Like the short bus on
Yes, exactly. It looks kind of like that, except for exactly. Yeah. It was a lesson.
Tim, you have a water?
I like it.
Yeah.
All right.
Princess.
It's a wonderful name. It's a lovely name, exactly. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you. We very much appreciate everyone's great efforts at being timely. It is highly appreciated by everyone. So this is our last panel. I'm very pleased to be joined by my colleague, Tim Monahan, who works here on the Hill. Tim has more than a decade of experience working in House operations on Capitol Hill. He currently serves as the staff director of the Committee on House Administration, and this is the committee in the U.S. Congress that is responsible for all the internal workings, operations, and the security of the entire complex. He's uniquely positioned for this discussion because not only is he great, but his committee has jurisdiction over federal elections and considers proposals to amend federal election law and to monitor congressional elections across the United States. So, Tim, thank you for joining us. Appreciate your time, and over to you.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it. Thank you, Derek, and
Thank you, everyone, for being here. I know that this is the last panel of the day, and this group stands between you and free time, so we'll try to get through in a speedy way. The composition of the panel has changed a little bit over the last number of hours, so I'm going to let each of the folks up here introduce themselves and then get into the conversation. We'll start with the Speaker of Kosovo. Just a brief
caught me
introduction.
in a surprise. Okay, I'm Speaker of the Parliament of Republic of Kosovo. My name is Glauko Njufca, and I engaged in politics in year 2005. Together with our Prime Minister, we created this political party that won the last elections of year 2021. So we are in a government now. I am the Speaker of the Parliament. Thank you.
Very nice, thank you. Mr. Speaker from Liberia.
Thank you very much. I'm Bofo Chambers. I joined the Liberian legislature 2006, having been elected 2005. And I served as member on Ways, Means and Finance, Defense, Good Governance, until security, until the year 2018. I was elected as Speaker of the Liberian legislature. And we have been enjoying the confidence of our people, and we try to serve the best interests of the Liberian people. I'm happy to be here, and I would like to also thank this group and USAID. Also thank President Kennedy for creating such a body, and all other bodies that have made this possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. MP from Canada.
Thank you. My name is Anita Vandenbelt. I was elected as a member of Parliament to the Canadian House of Commons in 2015, but that was after a career that I spent doing democratic development with organizations like NDI and OSCE, including in the second election in Kosovo in 2011, where I was there for OSCE. So I've actually gone from both sides, but right now I am Parliamentary Secretary for International Development. Previously for Defense, but I was also, for many years, the Women's Caucus Chair for the Canadian Parliament.
Very good, very good. Ms. Gonzalez Duarte, is that how you pronounce it?
Sí, señor. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, and thank you so very much for this invitation. I'm Caroline Gonzalez. I'm a representative in our House of Representatives in Colombia. I'm a part of the Liberal Party. I'm on the Economic Committee of the House of Representatives, as well as the Investigation and Accusations Committee of the House. Thank you very much.
And last but certainly not least, with the beautiful first name, Princess, brief introduction.
Well, is it good afternoon? A little bit early of the evening. My name's Princess Kasune. I'm the Member of Parliament in Zambia. I was elected in 2016 as the first female Member of Parliament in one of the biggest rural constituencies in Zambia. And I've come back the second time, and now I am the first ever female government deputy chief whip in the Parliament of Zambia. But I have also really done a lot of advocacy even before coming to Parliament. I was really one of the first people who went out public that I was living with HIV in 1998. And so I came to Parliament being known to have been someone living with HIV. I had a privilege to speak here at the Oval Office with President George Bush then in 2003 in the Oval Office, where PEPFAR was actually passed. And so as we celebrate 20 years of the PEPFAR Fund, it is nice to be back here at the Capitol. And also I had a time to come and retestify for malaria, tuberculosis, and HIV right here at Capitol Hill in 2007. Previously, I worked with World Vision and I also sit as the chairperson for the Zambian Women Parliamentarian Caucus and many other committees that I am part of. It's good to be here.
Thank you for being here. So we have a great panel here and a very interesting and important topic, free and fair elections. That is an issue that in the United States, really since 2016, has been at the forefront of the news of the day and political debate with both Republicans and Democrats. And before we get into some of the proposals that we have seen in the United States to ensure free and fair elections, I thought we would start with a topic that is not unique just to the United States, and that is election interference and ways that countries are taking steps to prevent election interference while also balancing the need for candidates and political parties to communicate in a way that they want to with voters. And so I turn to the panel here. We won't go down the line and have each of you respond to every single question, but I want everybody involved. And so with election interference, is there anything that you guys would like to offer as steps that you've seen in your country to combat election interference? Canada?
Sure. One of the things that we did prior to the 2019 elections, anticipating that there could be something that the public would need to know during the election period. And so we created a critical election incident public protocol, and that includes a committee of very senior public servants, including the National Security Advisor, senior deputy ministers, the Attorney General, who would be able, if there were an incident that intelligence services or others determined was going to interfere, there was foreign interference in the election, it would allow them to then reveal that information to the public during the course of the election. Of course, after the fact, there's also a review component. We have, in 2016, established a National Security Committee of Parliamentarians. These are MPs from all parties, plus senators, so this includes the opposition. They have top secret clearance. They are given the power to get any secret documents, to be able to summon, to get witnesses, and they are able to then produce reports not saying exactly how intelligence is known or what is known, as we know that is very difficult, but to be able to say whether or not the government was able to respond to it, not respond to it. So this allows the opposition also to have some trust in the system. And there are a number of other things around digital literacy, a digital citizens initiative that we've created that allows civil society organizations to be able to get some funding to do critical thinking and digital literacy of the public. And there are a number of other things as well, but I'll let others talk. But
sure, that's interesting. If I could just ask one follow-up. And in the United States, we have a federal agency called the Election Assistance Commission, and they work with the Department of Homeland Security to do many of those same things, notifying election administrators of known threats, information they need to be made aware of. But also on the front end, before there's a specific incident, there's a concerted effort to share best practices and make sure that, in our case, the local and state level election administrators who actually conduct the elections are preparing ahead of time generally with the best practices. Care to comment on that?
Myself? Yes, of course. We have the Chief Electoral Officer, and we've actually expanded the powers of the Chief Electoral Officer to also do public information, but that's where all of the organization of elections happens, prior to, of course, the elections, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, in Colombia, we have a legal system that was created by the 1991 Constitution, and obviously we have judicial authority, which is the Council of State, and in that committee we have all electoral processes that are carried out, because in Colombia, in our system, we have a before, a during, and an after. In our National Electoral Council, all complaints are filed when we think local and regional or national elections, obviously, have included fraud. And we have administrative authority, which is the National Electoral Council, and our National Registry, which regulates all election-related matters in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, anyway, thank you so much. In terms of the Liberian situation, the electoral body has some components responsible to address the issue, especially about foreign financing, from non-Liberians. Liberians should only receive money from Liberians and not non-Liberians. And also the issue about people, using the resources to perhaps truck people. It interferes with the representation of a particular constituency or county. And also that has some ramifications. Recently, we do have now ongoing the registration. And since we have put in the biometric process, it will even prevent people from duplicating, the registration cards because it has happened before. So those safeguards are put in place. Liberia is transitioning. We've come from a period of violence, and I think we are getting there, but with what we have sensed from other areas, we have designed that architecture to ensure that we make progress in that regard, because if that doesn't happen, the reflection of representation will not be enhanced, meaning that you have constituents that were borrowed.
If I may, one quick follow-up. Since you have implemented the voter registration and verification process, have you had an election cycle since that's been in place? And if so, what differences have you seen?
Well, basically, when this is very new, the biometric, and I think there were some instances where people were caught. And I think it's a good sign. So that said, it's ongoing. Tuesday, October 10th, we'll be having elections. So the process now is going on. Voters registration exercise now is in effect. So it will last until May, I believe the 10th of May.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker.
To ensure and to guarantee the credibility of election process, you have to undertake hundreds and hundreds of measures, I think, as a state, and Kosovo always did that. But I would say that until 2014, we couldn't reach the desirable level of the credibility of the elections, because on 2010, elections were held in December, as far as I remember, because it was the first time we were participating in these elections as a party, and I got elected as a member of parliament that year, but the results were still announced on January 2011, so I think you were in Kosovo at that time. You explained, yeah. You were monitoring these
Actually, it was the election before that. Sorry, I misspoke.
2007.
It was 2007,
Okay.
yeah. I misspoke.
But in 2010 elections, international organizations, and they said that the results were showing that they were not so credible elections, with a lot of irregularities and interference and all of this. And in 2014, there was the first elections in Kosovo. I think that by all respectful international mechanisms of bodies. They were called really, truly free and democratic elections. And we are keeping that direction also today. So I think that what is important is that when you talk about elections of one country, you have to know the nature of the election system in that country. Because Kosovo, for instance, we do not have constituencies at all. So no constituencies at all. We have a two-level power registers of power. One is central government, and another is very strong municipalities, and we have different elections, like elections that have to do with the local government, and the central elections in which people got to elect the MPs, members of the parliament, 120, just from one electoral zone. So I can get votes wherever I want in all of the cities, in all of the municipalities of Kosovo. So there is no direct link between, constituency and representing citizens from a certain constituency and representing them in the parliament. Because parliament, most of the time it does not have to deal with some local representation of the citizens, but with universal issues of the country at national level. Like all of the laws that we are adopting in all of the bills that we are pushing in the assembly, they have to do with all citizens of Kosovo, not with specific issues of local representing people at the local levels and with constituencies. There was a lot of debates whether this is good or no. Many political parties, they were arguing that whether we should create some zones, some electoral zones, and linking directly people of that constituencies with representation in parliamentary life. But this argument never prevailed, like in our social and political debates, because we wanted to keep that way, that universal. You talk as an MP for universal issues, you don't talk about local issues. The only bill with which I as a Speaker of Parliament, I hear MPs a lot talking about, local things is the budget, and only the budget. When we have the budget, you have like MPs, they want to argue that they do take care, about their municipality when they come from, they always try to pressure the government to let's say, to dedicate much more funds from the region when MP is coming. So they are debating, they are showing themselves in order for the people to hear back them, the municipality and the region they come from. But it's the only really law and the bill when, you hear also local things and trying to link with the people themselves. But of course, you as an MP, you do a lot of things, linking with the people, and you go, what was the MP here? He was from Ghana, which was talking how he is doing all of the campaigns and linking directly with the people, engaging with social media and approaching people directly. This is all what we do also in my country. But not that I'll go at my constituency doing this. I'll do in all of my country. And maybe this has to do also with the size of the country. It's easy for us to keep like that, universal, because my country is 10,000 square kilometers. So it means like it's 150 kilometers long. Like you can drive with your car like 1.5 hours, 2 hours, and you are at every place of my country. So it's not easy, it's not hard at all, to keep like that. So maybe this has to do also with the nature of the countries. Why do you have constituencies and some other countries not. So this is, yeah.
Thank you.
This is essential even.
Ma'am?
Yes, I just want to say that as Zambia, we are really making a lot of strides in terms of free and fair elections. Actually, we are recognized in the region, if I may say, of really being that country that has forever made power transition from one president, one party to another. My colleague that I traveled with spoke yesterday, and a lot of you gave him those accolades, as well as he's coming from the former ruling party. And here we are, I'm now in the ruling party. We are coming from an opposition party that was in opposition for almost 27 years, if I'm not mistaken. Our president was incarcerated actually for 127 days under treason charges, His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema. And yet today, as we sit here at the summit, Zambia is hosting this summit on democracy, and your Vice President, Kamala Harris, is also visiting Zambia in recognition of what Zambia has been doing over the years and how we have tried, not only for the country, but indeed the African region, to try and model that fair and peaceful elections, even though we would argue from the party that I come from, which is the UPND, that we should have won elections in 2016, but because of lack of free elections, we won as members of parliament, but our president lost, and now he's the president. So I think for us, it is this idea that we have to continue to be the place that we have been known for as Zambians, a peaceful nation, a nation that has always tried to intervene in its neighboring countries. We are a landlocked country with about 8 neighboring countries, and we were very instrumental in the independence of all other countries. A lot of people from South Africa will tell you, former presidents, that they lived in Zambia because Zambia was a safe haven. And we have continued to receive refugees in our countries from different countries because we believe that democracy can only be achieved not only by us as a nation, but all those surrounding countries. Suffice to say, though, that we have also been one of those countries that have been very fortunate, who have never had any civil war, like many of our neighboring countries, and yet we sit in the center. And so that is why I think in many ways we have enjoyed this recognition, not only in the African region, of a country that has continued to try and model and continue to grow in its democratic dispensation, but also around the world. And that's a big responsibility, especially where you are being asked to co-host with America on a summit on democracy. We believe that that's good, because that will continue to force us as members of parliament, as part of the executive, especially for me who's a government deputy chief whip, as we try also to model that as we support our speakers in Zambia. But again, the issue of women is very personal for me, because in a country where 156 members of parliament and 8 nominated, we just had the first female speaker in Zambia. Wow. This time around in 2021. And then I told you that I'm also the first chief whip in the Parliament of Zambia. So there are all these firsts, this, first, that. Our vice president is a female, but I think I still argue that we need more women in Parliament if we are going to see development, if we are really going to achieve the democratic tenets that we claim about. And so as a chairperson for the Women Zambian Parliamentarian Caucus, and as a woman, I am looking forward to where Zambia can go from only 15% of women in Parliament to 50% of women in Parliament. So this conversation, this summit is so critical that you help countries as Zambia and others that we can strive for the 50-50 representations in our country. Of course, by the way, I do have another leg in Chicago where my family lives, so I am very familiar to some of your politics here and some of the threats even within the United States, and watching what happened on January 6th was really a testament that democracy continued to be challenged. We have to continue to guard democracy for the sake of the many generations to come.
Well, thank you for that, and to the point on January 6th, I think that's why it was so important to finish that certification that same night. And we finished at about 4 in the morning, but it was important to come back, be in that room, and finish that Electoral College certification. I want to talk about the important roles of election observers, both domestic as well as international. But before we do that, you brought up the importance of women representation, and for the two female MPs that are also on the panel, wanted to give you an opportunity to make some comments on that.
Yes, no, thank you so much. And I actually, before politics, I was the global project manager of I Know Politics, the international knowledge network of women in politics. And it really was the women that I met through that and the women of the Global South that inspired me to actually run, because I was there encouraging other women to run around the world, and they said, what about you? And that's why I took the plunge and decided to run in the first place, and became the Women's Caucus Chair. And one of the things that we did, and I think it's really important, when you run for office, many women win the second time. And there's a period in between where you're no longer the party candidate and you're not elected, and it is very lonely. But in your community, you're known as the Liberal, or whatever party you're from. And so we actually established for past women candidates who planned to run again, every month I would do, those are telephone call, now it's done on Zoom, but do a telephone call, a conference call. And it was peer support, it was connecting them to the work we were doing in Parliament, it was answering questions, giving them the tools that they needed. And I had participated after I lost the 2011 election and before I won in 2015 in a call like that. And there were days where you just didn't know why you kept going. And I think sometimes that peer support amongst women is the thing that keeps you going. And so as Women's Caucus Chair, I also tried to do that with some of the younger women entering Parliament. But different parties in Canada have different mechanisms. We are first past the post, we're the Westminster system, so it's a little bit more difficult to, there can't be quotas, for instance, on party lists because it's one member per constituency. But for instance, in our party, you have to demonstrate that you have done a search for candidates and approached candidates that reflect the nature of that constituency. So if you're in a constituency where you have a lot of immigrants, or you are in a constituency, you have to show that you've tried to find youth, or tried to find, and that way you're making the ask. We also have a fund called the Judy LaMarche Fund, named after the first woman cabinet minister, where only female candidates, you can donate to this to the party, and only women candidates will then get that fund. So it's other ways that we have to try to encourage more women to run. And I try to do that as well, just through mentoring. I think, I've said to some of the younger women who are running, if you get to that point where it's 10 o'clock at night and you need someone to vent to or to talk to. Because once your name is on a ballot, it's hard to understand till it's you. And I worked internationally with women parliamentarians and women candidates for years. And until it was my name on the ballot, I never really understood it. And so we need to stick together and we need to help each other. And sometimes it's just being that ear late at night to just call that person and say, how did you handle this? What would you do? I just want to quit. And giving that word of encouragement. So I think for women to help each other that way is incredibly important. But particularly the use of women's caucuses, I think, is something that we need to do more of.
Thank you. Member Duarte?
In my country, women's participation in politics started in 1957, which was the first time that women in Colombia were allowed to vote. Then in our 1991 Constitution, that included two important rules. One was equality between men and women, and the other was the involvement of women in public administration. The Colombian Congress is bicameral. We have a Senate and a lower chamber, and today our Congress is made up of 296 members of Congress. 85 of those are women. We also, under the 1991 Constitution, that created the gender quota, and and we make up 28.8% of our Congress. In Congress, we also have a women's committee, and today, Colombian women are fighters. We're very determined to not continue to work behind the scenes. Rather, we're not just there to be on a list in regional or local elections. We're there to be women who want to make themselves be elected. Today, I think that this invitation is not only for Colombian women, but all women in every country around the world. The invitation is for us to make that decision, to fight, to, as one of my colleagues said, an MP, I don't remember from what country, she said, we are leaders. Just as we care for our children, we should be the women who are able to make the decision to get to our country's Congress and continue to represent each one of our departments in our country. I am from a part of Colombia that is on the coast, and in our department, there are 5 members of Congress. Of those 5, 3 of us are women. Those of us who represent that department. So I think that today women are playing a fundamental role worldwide. Women now, as a good Colombian, as Shakira said, women no longer cry. We don't cry, we work, we're executives, we're business women, and women are more and more in charge. Thank you.
Thank you. So transitioning to the role of election observers, I want to start with the speaker from Kosovo. You mentioned the international observers that monitored your elections and were able to say that you finally got to a place where the results were reliable and trustworthy and all of that. And so could you just speak to what, if any, role the transparency in having election observers there did to boost confidence from the people, and any lessons learned about the important role that election observers play?
I think that in order for democracy to function, and elections are precondition of this, fair and democratic elections, I mean, it's very important to conceive all of the process, not just to build a kind of a perfect system in documents and papers, but also to get as much more people participating in this, not participating in the voting as a, to vote and to use your right to vote, but also to make sure that it is a civil, democratic process of including everybody. And we in Kosovo, we have also commissioners and observers, two kind of people who participate and make sure that the process is fair and democratic in elections. And once I met the observers and commissioners from my party, and these are distributed to the parties according to their result of the last elections. And my party was the biggest one, and when I met them, it was a huge hall, and it was my first time meeting them. And I was amazed, like they were 7,500 people. I said, oh my God, this is like a huge protest, or where I am in this kind. But I was amazed also how democracy functions this way. It's essential. Like, and if you could imagine that you have like big numbers of other political parties, of all of the observers and commissioners who do participate, because Kosovo has more than, I think, in the election day we have 3,200 something polling stations. So in every of the polling stations you have between 20 and 30 observers, including internationals. And so this is very important to make sure that everything goes well, that the process has the credibility of democratic process, and it's going in the right direction. So, I mean, this is vital. Without this, you cannot produce democratic elections. And we take care also for the observers to work a lot with them. You know, also international institutions had worked a lot with them. You know, educational process, talking with them, doing common, let's say, campaigns and educational process with them. This is vital, I think, because they turned into a kind of a professional agents that day in order to make sure that everything goes well. That's why I think that in Kosovo, the electoral process you can divide in two stages. First stage is this: political parties, each of them, what is the result they got from elections, and in this we are doing very well. I would say that we are excellent now in this, because all of the political parties' result comes out that night, the same night we vote, and half an hour after you understand the results, all of political parties congratulate each other, and you know the winner, and everybody congratulates them. And you know that night who is going to be the Prime Minister of the country. That's excellent, I mean. That's the highest standards of the... But we are struggling with the second stage. And the second stage is when political parties got the results, everybody knows where they are standing with the percentages. Now the Central Commission of Elections, they gave these votes to the parties, to each party. Now they count the votes. This is the second stage. Each party counts the votes to understand who is who has become an MP, member of the parliament. Now in this we are struggling. Why? Because you do not have a strong monitoring and mechanism which controls, and parties always end up at least 6 to 10 MPs in each party, you know, end up in court procedures, raising some doubts whether there was interference from other candidates in order to buy some votes, to influence somebody, to influence commissioners who count these votes. Because when the process is closing and the threshold is like for male MPs, it's around like 7,000 votes to enter the parliament, and for women MPs it's like lower, it's like 5,000 to 6,000. Then every MP tries to use the influence in order to avoid, like, when there is a slight difference, 10 votes, 20 votes between MPs, they try to intervene at any cost in order to make sure that their name is at the last in the list who is getting into the parliament. So we are trying to fix also the second stage with some measures, with some mechanism, with help also of international organizations that acting in Kosovo. And we are doing now the electoral reform, who will address this. And I think the next week we will put into the parliamentary session in order to adopt this reform of electoral process, in order to fix also the second stage. And when it is done, I think that we will have a really, very credible electoral system in Kosovo.
Very good. Switching gears slightly from election observers and talking about poll workers, the people that actually run the polling locations and make sure elections work. In Liberia, are those volunteers, are those government employees, and if they are volunteers, is there enthusiasm to sign up and be one of those? And if so, how do you incentivize more participation?
Well, thank you. I think it's best to say that the surest way to ensure that democracy is sustained is the protection of the suffrage of the people, meaning that every vote must be counted. Those persons that participate mostly come from observers, come from political parties. The various observers must be present and they sign on to the results. Independent candidates also are allowed to participate and sign on to the result based on the standing. I think it's for the first two highest individuals. They sign on to it and they take copies. So the process in my mind is evolving. I think like every other place, we will find new strategies to make it more effective. I think the world knows that having a kind of a situation where you have a standard outcome from electioneering processes is an ideal. We see all around, even as we are here, there has been some issues, and I hope that all of us can put the contents on the table to know exactly what we can derive to consolidate the cause for effective democracy. I think there was an incident in Florida, and we heard about it between Vice President Gore and President Bush.
In the 2000 election.
Yeah, we also heard about Madam Clinton and former President Trump. We also hear between President Biden and former President Trump. So to say that we are all here, there will be gaps and weaknesses, but as democratic citizens, we must ensure that we strengthen that which we have before us. When laws are made, democracies come, but in public policies and politics, there are nuances. But as we are here now, I think it's about best that we put everything together to ensure how we can safeguard democracy, because it's what we have as the only alternative and the only choice, and I will call it a Hobson's choice.
Thank you. You kind of perked up when we mentioned poll workers. Do you want to speak to how they're recruited and incentivized in the role they play for your elections in your country?
Just to add on to what everyone else is saying, I think what is important to underscore is that the sizes of our countries, for example, Zambia is 20 million people about, and very rural, about over 60% of our people are in rural areas. I've got a constituency of 200,000 people. And actually, one of the things that was deliberate for Zambia was to put the elections when it's a dry season. Because of being rural, a lot of people would not come out to vote, and the roads were impassable, and so it has been put strictly in the second week of August in every 5 years election. But I think to the point of the question, what is really still continued to be encouraged, or maybe where Zambia could use some support, especially from international community, is to ensure that there is some kind of monetary incentivizing to these volunteers. I know of a situation in my constituency where an organization run by some international organization had said they will pay these monitors, and afterwards they were never paid. So then you, as a member of parliament, you are left with this burden to pay them, fear of penalizing you next time. So I knew I was going to run again in 2021. So what did I do? Every person who could have been paid by this organization, I ended up finding funds to pay them. But I think the more we incentivize them in a standard manner, it will also avoid a lot of, monitors being bought. there have been experiences where maybe your colleague has more money and they'll go to those monitors and give them something. There have been stories of where the monitors leave the polling station deliberately because they've been compromised, and by the time you come back, the whole situation is upside down. But on the positive side, one of the things I've seen in Zambia as we strive for free and fair elections and transparency is announcing the results live as they are going on, especially for the presidential elections. I think that is very critical in minimizing some of these rigging and manipulations that our people are very prone to, especially in developing countries, where people be willing to give out their voter's card and be given something in return.
Yeah.
And the issue of materials, you know, just even a T-shirt, a wrapper for which has someone's name. Simple as those things sound, those have actually tiered elections in another direction. So we continue to strive for this as a nation, and I think it's important to all of us, especially in developing countries, that even small things such as T-shirts that people wear, is it necessary that we continue having those T-shirts, or maybe we should do away with them? I know you also had those T-shirts, Make America Great, and all these, but to what extent do they have unintended consequences on the democracy that we strive for?
Fair point, and you know, one of the things that exists in the United States is the prohibition around doing some of those types of activities in close proximity to the polling locations. And so you can't hand out what I would call swag, but the T-shirts and the hats, you know, right outside a polling location, but it certainly does occur at rallies and other events. I know we're getting close to the end of the panel, but I do want to get to one more topic, but before we do that, ma'am, you've mentioned that you were in fact an election observer yourself internationally, so wanted to give you an opportunity to spend a minute or two talking about the importance of that.
So yes, I actually seem to always be there for the second election. So it was the second election in Kosovo, like second one after a transition. I was there for the second election in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and also the second election in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So what I've noticed about it, I mean, first of all, having international observers, I think, is important because of being witnesses. But really, the ideal is that the political parties themselves have their own scrutineers or poll watchers, because you will trust one of your own political party members who was there watching every vote counted and writes it down and reports it back to you much more than you'll trust anybody else from outside, no matter how independent they are. So one of the things that I noticed is that in the first election after a transition, the entire international community descends on a country. You have thousands of observers, many countries are sending them, different organizations, depending what part of the world, and there's a lot of attention and a lot of media. The second election is actually even more vital if you're looking at democratic transitions. But the second election gets a lot less international attention. So one of the things, for instance, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, that we were trying to do when I was with NDI was to get a program of party poll watchers and have training, so cascade training, where you have trained the trainers so that they could actually send them. Now, we didn't actually get a chance to do that, and I actually think that that was directly impacted in terms of the legitimacy of the election, because after the fact, there was a lot of interest in sending people and auditing the election results, but it's so much harder when ballots have disappeared, when you don't have documentation. So having political parties themselves having their own, what we call scrutineers. You know, so I'll have a scrutineer in every polling station. Canada still does it on paper, and to be honest, I think we should keep doing it on paper. We get the results in one night, but with everything that's happening in terms of electronics and cyber, we have something that works. But it works because we have the trust, because our own volunteers. And as a youth, as a young member of my party, I was the one that would sit all day, and they would come with bingo sheets, because now we do it electronically, but you'd scratch off every person that voted, and you'd call the ones that hadn't voted, and try to encourage them. So there's also a get out the vote portion of this, but there is that witness, that observation that says, yes, we saw it, we believe it. And so more than international observers, which are important, particularly in the beginning. I'm very pleased actually to see how far Kosovo has come, because when I was there in 2007, it was largely done by OSCE and by internationals, but the idea, of course, is that that becomes something where there's ownership by the country, and to see the progress in the fair and credible elections that Kosovo has been able to have is something that I feel quite proud of.
Thank you for that. A topic that has gotten a lot of debate in the United States, specific to elections, is that of non-citizens voting. And so in our Constitution, it lays out requirements for a United States citizen to be eligible to vote. However, we're seeing more and more localities and municipalities change the rules and allow individuals that are non-citizens to participate in local elections. And that has created some issues around voters having confidence that the voter rolls or lists are maintained in such a way that only the people that are eligible to vote in federal elections. And so I thought for the panel, I would ask, have you guys in your country, guys and gals, in your country, run into similar issues? Does the voter eligibility or requirements stay the same across the board, or does it vary depending upon the type of election? And we'll start with Ms. Duarte.
Okay, well, in Colombia, we see it a lot in our neighbor country, Venezuela. In Colombia, we have a lot of Venezuelans living in our country, but in Colombia, only Colombian citizens and Venezuelans that are Colombian citizens. But it's for all elections, be it local, regional, or general elections, the rules are the same. So in terms of the issue of healthcare and provision of other services, of course, we are very solidary. But when it comes to making political decisions, especially as important as these, they are not a part of the process.
Understood. Mr. Speaker, how does it work in Gambia? Oh, I confused the two. I'm sorry. Well, it's the end of the day, forgive me.
Well, in Liberia, there are some measures put in place to vote or to register to vote. You must be able to be a citizen, Liberian citizen. And if there are disputes about your eligibility, you have to present birth certificate, your national identification card, or some eminent person must be able to vouch for you that indeed you are who you say you are. Then that will allow you, qualify you to vote. Notwithstanding, there is no perfect situation, but those are the measures put in place. This is where we are, and I think it's succeeding. Perhaps as new strategies are found, then of course we can perhaps maybe readjust. But as it is, I think there aren't any complaints to say that they are not the right measures. So for Liberia, this is a situation.
And it's one standard
for everybody.
For everybody that participates in the election.
For everybody, yes. Except you, if anybody is questioning you, but if you have voted before, your previous card can also serve to as a kind of testimony for eligibility. So that's the situation in Liberia.
In Kosovo?
Yeah, except what Mr. Speaker just said, we have two additional things and elements to mention maybe. First is this, I don't know how to translate it in English, but maybe it's voters in condition, conditional voters. We have conditional voters.
Yep.
Conditional voters are somebody who are not like in the voting day, they are not in the places when they are registered and they must vote.
Yep.
So it is linked with their polling station.
We call that provisional.
Provisional, yeah?
Yeah.
We call it conditional.
Yep.
Conditional voters. And the other one is like our diaspora, which is huge. It comprises 1/3 of our total population, which lives in Kosovo. 1/3 lives outside of our country, mainly in Germany and Switzerland. And there is a challenge how they are going to vote. Because we have some problems also with this kind of stage of just voting of our diaspora, because the process is so complicated that there were always complaints on this by our diaspora. And in the last elections, I think 200,000 voters were registered and voted in this process. But our Central Commission of Elections dropped 70,000 votes. So 1/3 of 200,000 that they voted. This caused a lot of dissatisfaction in our diaspora because the criterias which through they objected these 70,000 votes were very technical. Nobody could justify this, Sometimes they were just rejected because, you should put all of the votes not in one envelope, but you have separated, like this. Like this caused a huge dissatisfaction. While concerning these, usual voters, and we start with a voting list. We update it every election cycle. There are also complaints in this, but I think that we are reaching a level of well-defined voting list. It's updated every electoral cycle, and then you have a lot of institutional arrangements through which you can find who is cheating, who might cheat, or because in updating the list, there are a lot of institutions cooperating together, starting from civil register and all of the population through the other institutions that are working together in order to make understand and to link the identity of the person with his ID card and other documents that are needed in order to participate and to vote in that certain day of elections. So this is what is essential about my country, I think.
Thank you. Now to Gambia.
Zambia.
Zambia.
You need some coffee?
I need some coffee.
Well,
I'm thinking about all the things I need to go do right after this.
I know. My sister from Gambia is there. We have been talking about how we are forever mixed together, Zambia and Gambia, so understood. I think in Zambia we still very similar to a lot of my colleagues here, the panelists. It's where you get a national registration card at the age of 18, and that also allows you to get a voter's card. So one of the complaints in the previous elections with the previous government from us when we were in opposition was that process was never prioritized in our area where we were strong. So the allegations was that the ruling party then went to places where they were strong and had people get their national IDs, because that is the primary entry to get your voter's card. So I think what is important in a fair and transparent democratic process, it is where people, when they reach age of 18, they should be given the opportunity to have these national IDs, and it was a process that happened only at a certain time. And some of the reforms that we have argued for as a country is that these, the getting of the ID should be continuously, so that people can have that freedom to get the ID and also be willing, being able to vote. Now, I may speak for some of the African countries. In some of our areas, our people don't even know how to read. So it is very important, therefore, that on every ballot paper, there is also a symbol, so that if a person cannot read my name, they can find the symbol of our party, and they'll put an X there, and also there is always someone who's to help them. But sometimes, again, if someone is old and they say put X on this, someone likely can put it on someone else. So it is important that also those that are helping through the election process are indeed educated for a fair and free, transparent election, so that we have the right candidates every time we have elections. And that is what we are striving for, and that is what Zambia is continuing to be a model of inspiration in the region of Africa.
Quick follow-up on that. You mentioned the national ID card, and then that is a main way in which you can then register to vote and participate in elections. Does the voter registration automatically occur when you get the ID, or do you have to take a second step?
Yeah, it is a second process, and that is why in between there have been allegations towards the former party that there was a deliberate move to defranchise those who didn't come from a region where they were not strong.
Yep.
And so I think some of the reforms and modernization that I think I'll take away from this is that can we try even to create that one shop, is that what you call it? Where you can do that.
One-stop shop.
One-stop shop.
That's right, Speaker, so that people are not disadvantaged. Remember, people walk 15 kilometers. 20 miles, 10 miles to go to a voting center or to register. And some people just say, I'm in the fields. Why should I go and get the national ID when I'm thinking of how to take care of my family? So these are some of the issues, especially in developing countries, and especially where a lot of people are illiterate, and the rural part is even much bigger than the urban areas. Some of the challenges are not as much in a place like Lusaka, which is our capital city, but as you go in the rural areas, really, even the idea of people voting sometimes, and the more people do not see transparency, the more they say, why should I vote?
Right.
And so they question that. But I think as we come to the close, I want to echo what my colleague from Canada said, that not only are international observers important, but more so those who are local observers. And I think this is where I'll call upon the international community to really capacitate the local people, because that way you can also avoid a lot of rigging or a lot of cheating, because the local people know each other, while an international person may not know the people who are from that area. So I think we need to continue to fund local observers and monitors, as well as we continue to have the presence of the international community, because sometimes that gives that fear to those that may want to manipulate the votes, knowing that the EU is there, America, or whatever the international community is, as we come to our next elections in our different countries.
Absolutely. And we'll give Canada the last word.
Sure. Just on your question about citizenship, in the election itself, it's not an issue in Canada. You have to be 18. You have to be a Canadian citizen across the board. Where it's an issue is at different parties in the primaries, in the nomination meetings. You have to be a party member, but party membership is defined differently in each party. And in my party, it isn't even that you have to be permanent resident. You have to be habitually resident. So even, for instance, international students can join the political party, and they can then vote for the candidate for that party in the primary. On one hand, it's a good thing, because when I actually joined politics, my whole family, none of us were eligible to vote in the election, but we were all party members. I was 15 years old, my sister was also a teenager, and both of my parents were not yet citizens, but we were able to all participate, and it's probably the reason today that I am involved in politics. And if you shut out, because you also have to be 14 for the party, if you shut out those members, then the argument is that you would not get people like me who would continue participating. On the other hand, it does give a tremendous weight to diaspora communities in terms of influencing with numbers who the candidate will be for the party. So I think we're now looking at some reforms in our party, but I don't know about what the other Canadian political parties' rules are. But so it's not an issue at the actual election level, but it is at the primaries.
Great. Esteemed moderator, I just asked for 30 seconds.
Yes, sir.
I think we've come here to go away with some results, and I think in terms of solidarity with for the females and empathy, democratic empathy, for us to change the narratives as relates to involvement or participation of females, I think we have to go to proportional representation. If is what is required for females to be absorbed, because you must build the capacity of anybody to say this person must be. Universally, if we can adapt, proportional representation, it will be easier for us to stop this discussion about the quota being given to whosoever. I mean, America being a very great democratic country, it was after 140 years before the first female was elected, a congressperson from Montana. Janet Lincoln.
Yeah.
So that said, America has not even reached 30% of female participation. So as universal or global citizens, I think democratic citizens, let us just do what is required. I think this should be a collective effort now, because we come here, we discuss, we go back, maybe the same thing will happen in the next summit. So let us think aloud to see exactly how we can absorb our female colleagues. That's my own input in this exercise. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, and thank you to the audience for staying with us a little bit longer, but appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your visit in the United States, and thank you for your time.
Thank you all. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate your time. Please, we'll get you unmiked and then just listen to Frida for a couple of announcements for tomorrow. So thank you all, please.
All right, we've come to the end of day 2. Hope you're all feeling good. I really enjoyed all of our discussion points today. Thank you for your energy, enthusiasm, and really great points to share. So tomorrow, we've changed the schedule just briefly in order to accommodate most of our group going to the White House events. So we will begin a little bit earlier. We're going to begin at 8:30 in the morning. You're going to meet your transportation at the hotel at 8 a.m. So confirming, we will begin not here. We are going to be at a hotel location. Yes? Oh, yes, of course. I'm going to pause, sorry. Sorry about that. I don't know if they're going. So tomorrow, just wanted to make the announcement and make sure our panelists heard. So we will be starting a little bit earlier in order to accommodate the afternoon's agenda. So you'll leave the hotel at 8 a.m., a little bit earlier. It's about half an hour early. But you'll have your breakfast, leave the hotel at 8. You will meet us at our program location, which is at a hotel in D.C. We'll begin at 8:30. And we'll have an opportunity to kind of reflect, close out, congratulate you all for being here, and thank all of you for being here and dedicating your time to this event. Then we'll close with our final 2 engagements, a fireside chat and a panel. We'll close at 11:15. Food will be served. So we've actually allowed for our caterer at the venue to provide food before you leave for those who are going off to our official event. So you will have food earlier, but before you head out to official programming. Those who don't want to go, it's totally optional. That's okay. You'll have free time after that. The day is yours. You can stay and chat with us. But otherwise, we will begin at 8:30, close at 11:15, be downstairs in the lobby at 8 a.m. to depart for your day of events. Any questions? Oh, you all are wonderful. You're wonderful. Thanks all. Have a good one. Okay. Good day. Good day.
This is just flowers. They were expensive. That's
Does Tim want his? Okay. Hi.
Thank you too for having me.
Of course, thank you for coming.
We're thrilled
Because
that you were able to come. Thank
I'm
you.
leaving tomorrow morning,
That's
so
right,
I
you have to
probably
leave
won't have
early.
time to say goodbye.
Well, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Of course.
I had a great time.
I'm so glad.
It's really a great
That's
opportunity.
me.
Yeah, great. And thank you too.
Of course,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Appreciate you flying all the way out and joining us.
And I really enjoyed the conference.
Good.
Learn a lot and
Good,
keep up some good connection.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Nice, excellent.
That's
And thank you for your
wonderful.
participation on the panel
Yeah, it was
yesterday.
fantastic. I loved your
thank you.
slideshow. I enjoyed the opportunity to share my experiences.
Awesome. That's great.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
And we'll be in
Cheers.
touch after with
Yeah.
notes and
Stay in touch.
information.
If there's anything I can do in Taiwan, just let me know.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you so much.
Cheers.
All right.
Take care.
Great job. Of course.
Very good.